Guys, 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 what happened? Guys, I can't believe you. Guys, what happened? You guys are supposed to keep me awake. Why'd you let me fall asleep, guys? Why? This stream was supposed to start 3 hours ago. After I am Katoi's finished for today. I was watching StarCraft 2 and I am Katoi's, and I was comfy, I was relaxed, I was reclined in my chair, and then next thing I was How could you let me sleep? Huh? You're supposed to keep me awake. We're supposed to study today. We need to study today, chat. How could you let me fall asleep? How can I depend on you to, keep me awake if you let me fall asleep like this, huh? Huh? You don't claim any responsibility for my slot? That's not what you're supposed to say, Mitchell. You're supposed to say, I'm sorry for letting you fall asleep. I say, hello, Mitchell. Hello, Numi. Hello, Hammy. Welcome to the roost. Welcome, everyone. What's going on? Well, okay. Several things are going on. Before we actually start with our study session tonight, let me talk about what happened earlier that is big but unexpected. It's nothing bad, but so earlier today I received this email right here. From Twitch. So basically, I'm unbanned from Twitch. They say that my suspension has been adjusted to expire 30 days, but I got banned in May last year, so basically this suspension is long since passed, and yeah, I'm suddenly unbanned on Twitch. I don't know what I'm going to do with this though, because did they say what the exact trigger was? No, of course they didn't. This is the email in its entirety. That's all I have. This is all that was communicated to me in the email. Only that the enforcement was right, but because I expressed remorse in my appeal, and given the details of my case, the details being, I have a feeling the details were I did stuff that breaks the TOS, but it wasn't stated in the TOS at the time. So since then, they've made several clarification updates to their TOS where they say they do not change they did not change any enforcement policies. They just say this is for clarity, quote unquote. And since then, I've been like, okay, if I read this line like this and I read this new line like this, I did some stuff that broke the TOS, and I said in my appeal, now that I know that these things I did breaks your TOS, even though it wasn't stated in your TOS at the time, now that I know that it's there in your TOS, I won't do it again, so will you please unban me? And they said, yeah. Don't use the non-outfit. It wasn't a non-outfit. It was the Steppies redeem and coffee mounts, more than likely. The Steppies plus the coffee mounts was what got the ban, not the non-outfit. It just so happened that it happened while I was streaming in the non-outfit. Maybe they considered the non-outfit as part of it. But yeah, in the end, I'm fairly certain the Steppy redeem and coffee mounts were the primary reason, and then the noun of it just added on top of it. You still don't think the noun of is a good idea? Well, look at it this way.
Every VR chat streamer I know wears outfits that are like 5 times more revealing. And they have not been banned. So I'm fairly certain it was the Steppies and the coffee mounts. It's a sexualized none of it. There's nothing in the TOS about sexualized outfits. Only area of reveal and drawing attention to parts of your body that's for the purposes of sexualization. That is the parts of the TOS that talks about the outfit. The actual fact that it's a sexualized noun outfit is not considered, at least not within the TOS that's stated.
They just want to pure and ban someone.
Well, according to the
clarification updates,
all the stuff that they clarified where I could see, okay, the Steppies outfit, the Steppies redeem, that according to the new clarification breaks the TOS. Coffee mounts also according to clarification breaks the TOS, and I argued based on that, and they said yeah.
So I'm fairly certain it's because of the Steppies and the coffee mounts. I am 90% certain. But yeah, now that I'm unbanned, I don't know what to do. Originally, while I was still banned, I was saying that, you know, if I ever get unbanned, I was going to just drop my affiliateship and dual stream to YouTube and Twitch. Now that it's here, I'm not so sure.
I'm not exaggerating when I say that when by losing Twitch I lost 90% of my revenue and I still haven't recovered yet.
So yeah,
Twitch is the biggest form of making money. But I was talking to my friends about this, and Um, based on what's been happening with Twitch and all that, and what I had to do to get back, I kind of view Twitch as a bit of an abusive relationship. The kind of abusive relationship where what was that? What was that line from that movie? This is a line I heard from a movie. Was it? Beat your wife every morning. If you don't know why, she will.
Yes,
It's technically an awful phrase, but
that's what I view Twitch as, where
they'll just come down on you for without any reason or barely a reason, and the streamers are expected to
reflect and show remorse and beg for forgiveness to be let back in.
if we classify as people. Well, that's what laws are around for. Employee laws, all this stuff. That's what that's for. But in the case of Twitch, we don't have any of those. We have Twitch enforcement and arbitration. And if they can just permaban and drop Dr. Disrespect at the drop of a hat for no reason, they can do it to anyone. And then Dr. Disrespect had to force Twitch into arbitration. They were in arbitration for like what, a year plus? And in the end, both sides had to walk away, admitting no wrongdoing. We don't know what the details of the settlement was, but
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know what to do about this. Our tentative plans for the week are still going to continue.
meaning stream on YouTube. And I think with regards to what I'm going to do with Twitch, I'm going to wait until after my week vacation from streaming, because I'm going to have to think about this and process what to do with this.
Based on what I know about Twitch, I don't think I want to go back, but at the same time, it'd be stupid of me not to go back. Just purely with the money I can make off of Twitch. If I were to drop my affiliateship,
I'll just be using Twitch for dual streaming as a growth platform. You know, use their bandwidth. Don't care about the cost to them. And in exchange, I just use them for growth and advertising my YouTube. Or some other people I've talked to have suggested stream on Twitch one day, stream on YouTube one day.
but yeah, I don't know if I want to do that.
If I were to just think about it for a little bit right now, the biggest reason to use Twitch is as a growth platform, but only a few game categories are actually growth categories on Twitch. One of them being VR chat. But the type of things I do in VR chat, I cannot stream on Twitch.
At all. Twitch will permaban me in an instant.
There are very, very few growth platforms on Twitch. VR chat is one of them. Minecraft is another big one. Maybe Fortnite is another big one. Not sure what else there are. ASMR was a big growth platform.
Just chatting was a big growth platform.
I mean, blood growth category. If you don't stream, if you stream outside of those categories that are known for growth that I just listed, you do not grow on Twitch, so Decisions. You better not be relying on fucking Fortnite for growth.
Yeah, I know.
Well, there's Fortnite, Minecraft, VR chat, just chatting. Those were the 4 big growth categories I know of. There may be a few others, but I don't know of them off the top of my head.
That is categories that can grow your channel just purely off of Twitch.
Everything else, if you see anyone big in any other category, they grew elsewhere. Well, I'm going to think on this over my vacation. Think of what I'm gonna do about this.
But yeah, that was the news I received earlier. You're fully dressed though. Yeah, you're fully dressed, Nui, except for your cleavage. You know, that deep, smexy cleavage. Fully dressed, except for the area that counts.
Oh well. In any case,
Before we do anything else, grab a drinks, everyone.
remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment. But let's toast to well, I'm not gonna toast to coming back on Twitch because technically I'm not back on Twitch yet. I'm not gonna do anything with my Twitch until after my holiday.
Let's toast to a good study session. Okay. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking. Can be anything. I'm drinking coffee, specifically.
Sorry. You can clear my throat. Specifically mocha. You guys can drink tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have.
As long as you're here, Jen. Going in 3, 2, 1. Green pie. Cheers, everyone. It's good coffee. Oh boy. Oh, by the way, I'm not drinking this coffee bag anymore. I'm drinking something else, actually.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to show you the coffee bag I'm drinking. So you know what, check?
Hang on.
Hang on. Let me open this in GIMP. Do some image editing. So there's a Jamaican Blue signature blend. Bag. This is not what I'm drinking right now.
I am drinking.
Let me do this. And I'm going to
Photoshop. This bag, so that says what I need to say. Oops. That's not what I wanted. Alright,
let's see.
uh, hmm. Thai
Dark
roast. There we go.
I'm drinking a dark roast from Thailand that's in a coffee bag that has no brand on it.
Going to export this as Thai dark roast.
.png.
There we go. So that is our copy for the next month or so, chat. Thai dark roast. There we go.
Alright. Hang on, let me make sure it's a right good size.
There we go. Thai dark roast coffee.
It's Arabica, but other than that I have no idea what it is. Some Chiang Mai
Thai thing. No idea. It's really good though. Really nice. Good strong coffee.
I would normally prefer medium to dark roast, so slightly lighter roast than dark roast, but
Oh, it's good. Alright, chat. Now that we've dealt with the big news, time to start our study session. Here we have the Pathfinder Game Mastery Guide. We're gonna study this together.
I have no idea
what's gonna happen.
This is going. I'm going to try my best to prepare my own campaign. I fully expect things to go horrifically wrong.
I don't know what I'm doing, and well, good luck to me.
And I'm going to start taking notes with regards to my world as well.
So yeah. Now on to more fun topics. Yes, we're going.
So yeah, chat. I've resolved to run my own D&D, well, Pathfinder technically, but
D&D camp,
Pathfinder campaign as DM.
and this is the first time I'm doing something like this. I have no idea what's gonna happen. It might turn out to be awful.
My friends might be like, "Oh my god, you're the worst DM ever. God, you're awful.
God, I'm like, oh my god, I never want to play with you again. Don't ever DM again. Like, oh my god."
Yeah, that's probably what's gonna happen, chat.
That's probably what's gonna happen.
Well, I'm not going to read everything word for word. I'm just going to go through sections that are important.
Blah blah blah. How to use this book.
So yeah, all this text, I'm not going to read all of it. Fine. It builds upon the basic guidelines provided in the game mastering chapter of the Pathfinder core rulebook. Read that chapter before delving into this book.
Okay, so
They want me to read the game mastery section in core.
first, so I guess we're gonna start in the game mastery section in core.
And then move on to the game master's guide.
Here. Oh, let's go, shall we?
Blah 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 blah. Entertaining with novel concepts.
Here. Novel concepts here. Don't come to me expecting originality.
Actually, hang on. I also need to look up some terms because I'm going to start filling up stuff.
What the fuck?
Why is this? Okay, you know what? I don't care. Blah blah blah.
Blah 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 blah. Destruction of.
I'm kind of reading stuff right now, which I'm ripping off to populate my world.
Okay.
Okay, following section break down various components.
Provide ways of rewarding. Blah blah blah. Structure as a campaign.
Yeah, I'm going to structure a
Short, single quest campaign. Oh, Chen, let me know if the music is too loud, too soft, if it's hard to make out what I'm saying. If it's difficult to make out what I'm saying, I can easily adjust volume because
the music volume is right over here. So yeah, I can adjust music volume as needed.
Or structure, campaign length,
Blah 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 blah.
one shot, trying out Pathfinder.
Yeah, I'm not going to do a one shot. Rather, what I want to do is going to require maybe 2 or 3 sessions to get through.
How long campaign will take?
I actually have a play.
Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah.
All this expected duration.
Fuck that. Themes.
Major dramatic question for your stories.
Okay, the theme.
Dramatic questions, embracing the genre. Storyline themes relate to backstories, motivation.
Villains. Similar locations.
I'm not going to tell you guys everything about what I'm planning, but in setting down the notes, I'm giving you guys basic information for what I'm going to do.
For people who are playing.
This might help you create characters. Right. I need to think of the name of the city. The single quest campaign is going to take place in the city of Lordwall.
Lordwall. City of Lordwall.
Yes, the quest takes place in a city.
Part of the Empire
Of the Hand. This may not be pertinent info, because the the fact that you're in the Empire of the Hand is just incidental info. Yes, you are under the as part of the quest. You will be under the employ of the Empire of the Hand. Adventurers working with Imperial forces.
Puppet.
Right, so you're going to be adventurers working with Imperial forces of the Hand. Here's what's going on. Something has happened in the city of Lordwall. It is not the capital of the Empire of the Hand, but it is a major city is the satellite city the proper term for it? Satellite city. Towns are small and medium. They are adjacent to principal city, which are is the core of the metropolitan area. Adjacent. Okay, no, it's not a satellite city. It is a edge city. Suburb, large employment bases, satellite. Edge city.
Each city is originated.
Shopping, entertainment, traditional, outside of. This is the edge city of Paris. Where is it? La Défense, edge city of Paris.
How close to Paris is La Défense?
Okay, now this. How do I explain this?
Name of the city, town.
You know, I was
Kind of tempted to name the city of Townsville, but
nah, that'll be a little bit on the nose.
so yeah.
Okay, it's basically going to be a major trading port city that is on, I would say, one of the edges of the empire. Fairly large city. What has happened is that the capital, of the Empire of the Hand, has lost contact with the city of Lordwall. The Imperial military has investigated somewhat, and they've determined that there appears to be some kind of false king who has started declaring himself Lord of the city of Lordwall, and this new king,
quote unquote, is not recognized by the Empire.
So the Imperial forces of the Hand, working with adventurers, are going to go and try to depose this new king, this false king.
Or false emperor.
And so, what's essentially going to be happening is, the adventurers are going. You guys, the player party, you guys are not going to be alone. You're going to be working with the Imperial military, in addition to other adventuring parties. Adventuring parties are going to act as the vanguard to the Imperial military as you try to assault the city. It's not going to be a siege warfare or anything like that, because I'm going to reveal this now. When you arrive at, because of course adventurers are going to be like, why are you guys using us as to assault a city? We're not soldiers, we're adventurers. The Imperial recruiters aren't going to mention why, other than to say that your unique skills will be, is a very unique situation. Your unique skills will be useful, and they're going to offer a sizable reward. I'm not sure what the reward is going to be just yet. Several thousand GP at the very least. For characters that are going to be like what, level 2 or 3, whatever the value is, it's going to be very, very large for your current level. Several thousand GP per adventure. And it's not just a single party of adventurers, multiple parties of adventurers are going to be participating in this and having military backup. And that's how the Empire is going to entice you guys to sign up for this quest. Of course, I'm not going to rule out characters who might be joining this quest for other reasons. Like, I mentioned this to a few friends already. You don't have to be an adventurer joining for the money. You can be joining for other reasons. You can be joining because you were thrown into the dungeon and you're given the offer to do this quest for us, and your sentence is paid. Or you can be some kind of slave going along with this, or you can be working towards your own ends, as it were. It can be, it's entirely up to you. It's not a siege. Adventurers enticed with a lot of gold.
Other players can join.
Player characters can join for any backstory reason. You can be evil, you can be good, as long as, doesn't matter if good or evil, as long as you have a vested interest in completing the quest.
Some adventurer put on ice to pocket. We'll see what happens. We'll see when we see.
Okay, yeah, and this is going to be revealed now. This is a bit of the intro that once you've already been traveling for, I say, the better part, about a month to reach this city, you're going to be fully briefed by I don't know what the title of the person leading the attack is going to be, but for now we'll just call him Lord
Cockermouth.
Lord Cockermouth is going to brief leads the assault and will brief adventurers upon arriving in the forest at the edge of the city.
Base camp set up there.
Right. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, at the edge of the city, and setting up base camp, you guys, the adventurers, are going to see why this is a unique situation. It's not going to be a city siege. You could see, stretching out from the edge of the forest, a vast plain of grass. A road leads up to the city gates that remain open, just wide open. The city itself is large and imposing, as you'd expect of a major trading city. There is a central, I would say a central keep, where the Baron or Duke or Lord of the city would be administrating the city from. And from the hilltop where you guys are standing, you can see into the city somewhat, a little bit, and the city is what could best be described as a state of anarchy. Parts of the city look like they've been burnt to the ground. Smoke rises up from this parts of the city where some of them are coming from chimneys, but others appear to come from outside of houses, in the middle of the street, things like that. Another part of the city appears to be overgrown with what appears to be, you think, lichen, vines crawling up the buildings. The buildings are basically almost turned completely green with leaves. There are also some trees sticking out of the rooftops, and so on and so forth. City appears to be in anarchy. And the city then should have for riots and vandalism. Not so much just time, more of Lord Cockermouth. According to Lord Cockermouth, he relays to the adventurers that according to the scouts, there appears to be magics at works. Parts of the city radiate arcane magic. Other parts radiate divine magic. Other parts radiate nature magic. The part of the city that's overgrown with leaves is radiating nature magic. And yes, something has gone horrifically wrong with the city. In addition to the false emperor, whom scouts have located in the central keep. Whatever the false emperor is doing, he's not even trying. He doesn't appear to even be trying to govern the city.
And yeah.
The scouts, however, haven't been able to make it that far into the city. They can make it like maybe 1/3 of the way before they have to retreat, because there are roving gangs of thugs. Doesn't matter whether you're human, elf, dwarf, kobold, gnome. It's just complete anarchy. Everyone will attack everyone, pretty much.
They cannot rule out the possibility of some kind of mind-altering magic has taken place.
They don't know. All that they do know is that they've heard some whispers of placing the false emperor in the central keep, and so the mission for this short quest, this single quest campaign, is going to be the adventurers are going to be the vanguard that leads the assault on the city. The military is going to back you up, following behind you. Multiple parties are going to breach the city, not that you. The city is going to prevent you from entering. All of the gates are open. Some of them have just been knocked down. By who, you don't know, but yeah. There's nothing stopping you from just walking into the city. You are going to enter the city and make for the central keep. The military will follow behind you. Since this is a very large city, you can't just walk up to the keep anymore. You'll likely have to deal with gangs, hooligans, all manner of roadblocks and stuff like that. Things that will get in your way. You can take detours. You can travel however you want to, as long as you get to the central keep and see what's going on with this false emperor. And if you need to rest, all you need to do is find a defensible location, settle down there. Within about an hour, the military will catch up with you and establish a small perimeter around you so that you guys can rest. I'm just going to say this right now. Resting in the city is going to be relatively safe because the Imperial Army is going to be guarding the area while you guys rest.
Thinking off the cuff, or have been steering on this idea for a while now?
A mixture of both. Basic idea has been in my head for a while, and then I'm just spinning things out as I go.
Let's see.
What else is there? For the player party specifically, just to make things easier for myself, you guys are going to be starting out. You guys are going to be given an entryway by the military. You guys are going to be entering the city through the gate that leads into the part of the city that appears to be overgrown.
So,
and from there, we'll see where you guys end up on your way to the keep.
of course,
Resting in the city that's overrun with gangs and stuff, there's still a chance that you can get attacked while you're sleeping. I'm not going to completely rule it out, but the chances are extremely low. I'm basically going to roll when sleeping in the city, knights will Imperial Knights will guard campsite chances of attack exceedingly low, but not completely but not zero. Yeah, not zero.
Whether or not you guys can attack at night?
I'm just going to roll a percentile die to see what happens.
What else is there?
I think that's it for the basic start of it. Am I missing anything for basic?
Setting and theme.
Oh, I'm just gonna let you guys know. I predict that the pathway, well, the journey to the keep is just going to be 3 maps long, including Central Keep. I'm not going to make you guys physically walk every step. I'm not going to map out every single road and turn in the city. I'm going to map out key locations and
yeah, move things along. Let's see. First map will be
entrance
plus
halfway to
keep.
Second map, remaining distance to keep.
Third
map, keep and surrounding area.
Let's see. What else?
Depending on what you guys do, there may be intervening maps, but these will be the 3 main maps.
So, yeah.
Right, that's it for
theming, I think. Pathfinder, welcoming environment.
Yeah,
Fuck you. Fuck that, I don't care.
Concerning cover, blah blah blah. I don't care. You guys already know what I'm all about.
Yeah.
Objectionable content, yeah.
Fuck that shit. Pathfinder baseline.
Can happen in the game, yeah. I don't care about this.
You guys already know what I'm like.
Character creation.
Create new characters. Determine rules available. Safest options.
Call rulebook. Preparing an adventure. Outline for your story.
Pines or the company. Publish adventures.
We're not exactly using a published adventure. I'm just basically creating my own adventure. A second, I have to set up
my lurker window. I just noticed a friend streaming. Need to go and say hi to him. Say hi to... Oh shit, 2 of my friends are streaming.
Okay, I'll look for one, and then here, and I'll look for the other one
here.
I'm going to set both of them to low.
So that... Oops.
Oops. Oops.
Oops. Give me 1 second. 1 second.
There we go.
Right. Sorry about that.
Alright, locations.
Right, we already have the location.
It's gonna take place in the city of Lord War. Okay, look at a picture in your mind's eye, write down minor details you can include, narrate your game.
Right.
Right, I should write down, of the city overgrown with trees. Other parts are burned. Other parts are radiating. Sections are radiating nature, divine, and arcane magics.
Smoke rises from random locations. Not all from chimneys.
Right. Brambles, castle ruin, overgrown with vegetation.
Right.
Overgrown with vegetation and trees.
There we go. Alright.
Swarm medical traps. Encounters, robust set of encounters.
Hang on. Preparing adventure. Link outline.
There's nothing in here about what level I should set the adventure in.
Rewards, mainly gold.
You guys are more than welcome to loot anything you can get from any gangs or people you defeat. Building encounters.
Right, this is the part that I'm most worried about. Because I don't know if I'm going to know how to properly build encounters.
What I'm most worried about is accidentally introducing enemies that are too tough for you and you guys
just get wiped. So easy. They shouldn't even need significant resources. Failed to encounter gets really low threat.
That will be rare result. Verbal tactics doubly seriously threatened.
Serious challenge. Characters usually need sound tactics, severe threat.
Ashes encounters.
These encounters are most appropriate for important moments. Bad luck, poor tactics, lack of resources due to turn severe threat.
Extreme encounters are so dangerous that need to be even mature characters.
Particularly if
that they are likely to be an even match. Make them too challenging for most uses.
Climactic encounter for the entire campaign.
The final battle I'm picturing in the keep will likely be a severe threat encounter based on this description, but I'm not sure.
XP purchase. It's time to build the encounter. XP budget based on the threat. 2.
Start with monsters, except NPCs that are most important for the encounter. The primary enemies you'll be encountering are gangs. Basically, city gangs, whether they are made up of elves or humans or dwarves or gnomes or whatever.
Counter range. 4 levels lower than PCs, level to 4 levels higher. Each creature has a part. Lowly lucky.
The PCs are 5th level, 2nd level creatures, party level 3. The 2nd level creature is a party level -3 creature.
Different party sizes. Character and party beyond the 4th.
How many party members is that going to be?
Mitchell, White, Lucky, Cannon.
Mitchell, White, Lucky, Cannon, and Cass
5.
Increase your XP budget, so 5 party members.
Adjustment here, view it, and 4 characters use the same process in reverse. I want XP.
I'm probably not going to do XP rewards, probably going to do milestones, because I mean, I don't even know if I want to do level ups in the middle of my campaign. I'm still unsure as to what level to start you guys at. I was thinking of starting you guys at level 2, maybe? Just so that so you guys have a buffer and I don't accidentally kill you guys. But I don't know. Unlikely to start at level 1 unless I give you a level up midway through the
quest.
Level 2 or level 3. I don't know if I can balance for level 3 though.
Campaign happens over series of sessions. Planning a session, blah blah blah. Yeah.
Typically, game session lasts 4 hours.
Yep.
Right, Mitchell. For any players who might be here, you guys are okay with me streaming, right?
I believe I've asked everyone already.
Except White. I haven't asked White yet. I need to ask White whether he's okay with me streaming the session.
Starting a session, running a session.
Blah blah blah. I don't need this. 1 hero point.
What? What the fuck is a hero point?
That's new.
Page 507. What the fuck is a hero point? That's the first I'm hearing of it.
Distractions and interruptions, running a session.
Play share, blah blah blah.
Obsession gaming, I don't care about that.
Adjusting the rules. Yeah, I don't care about that.
I'm already going to adjust features.
Pathfinder Society.
Special circumstances.
Times the 10 tasks should be harder. The rules are eventually always expect. +1 or -1 for a minor. Is it bonus penalty? The maximum bonus or penalty? At trade sections. Sailor tips us on to brace of hot coals.
Yeah, this fire traitor attack. Using any advantage. Usually have to use an attack to do so seal where benefit of one attack, but to do it again you need to bury a sword.
Okay, interesting.
PF2's action points.
I'll have to see. Because PF2 does have action points.
In terms of the amount of moves you can take per turn.
Pathfinder Society, I don't care about that. Encounters. Rolls because you usually call for initiative.
Stakes.
Yeah.
Choosing adversary actions.
Players often coordinate and plan to be as efficient as possible. You're role-playing these files, you decide your tactics. Basic class are simple tactics, like flanking. Remember they also react based on emotion. Make mistakes. Clerics are high rolls, same modifier. But the monster might still try to use the fear ability on her. Look, doesn't mean you should play your adversaries like complete fools. Learn from their mistakes, make sounds, lands. Players who... Adversaries don't usually attack players who are knocked out. Even if a creature knows a fallen character might come back to fight. Only the most vicious creatures will attack helpless foes. Right?
If the enemy is too strong, you're the DM, you can modify anytime.
Yeah, I suppose so. Fuck is this?
Okay, so apparently
What?
my mute button is the same button as...
Okay, I don't care. True to the creature and knowing what's best for the drama. Fight scene. By the times is the fire trying to draw his attention. So trying to keep pummeling the wizard.
Alright. XP guidelines, I don't care. Ending encounters. Killed or knock unconscious, blah blah blah.
You decide. One side might surrender when almost all members defeated.
Yeah, I'm not going to display things like enemy health bars and all that. I'm going to keep that under wraps behind my
DM shield, as it were.
Seeing enemies can be a problem. Pursue foes safely because they think enemy may return as a threat later on. I'm not going to follow these rules.
But return for fleeing enemies?
I'm just going to be like, you chase after him or no?
Probably. And I'll see what happens. Social encounters. Diplomacy or deception, blah blah blah. Hang on. Charisma base. Conflict determines which skill they roll. Abilities or spells. Increasing set of difficulties. Creatures.
There's no easy to target HP to Willenham. Chapter 4 includes guidance setting DCs on social skill actions.
Often using will. Right, that's
in the skill section back here.
We'll read that later. Page 503. Pick simple DC, use level base. Alright. Blah 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 blah. Consequences?
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Exploration. Blah 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 blah.
Blah 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 blah. Yeah, this is just basic general guide on what to do.
I'll need this. Offer matters to switch character in front and back of party formation. Let the player step outside among themselves.
Okay, this is explaining, self-evident. We've already done this in games where I've played as a player. Adverse terrain and weather.
Yep. Exploring, broken up by traps. Simple hazards pose a threat. Complex hazards require jumping to encounter mode. Disabling a trap.
But there's a chance to detect hazards, okay. Rolling initiative.
Amir, a Colo champion, agree a friendly wrestling match.
For instance, trap, choosing the type of roll.
What type of roll to use on it? Most common roll is perception.
Interesting. Pathfinder doesn't have.
Perception. Sneaking up deception. Interesting.
There is no initiative stat in Pathfinder? You use skills for initiative?
Interesting. Kind of trying so when the character sneak out enemies. Definitely use stealth. Play to make a case. Besides perception.
Interesting. I want to attack these guys.
Channel a drop on them.
So you can use things like athletics and acrobatics as your initiative roll.
Oh, that's cool. Counter battle map.
Blah blah blah.
Maybe a top.
Tippling. Wait, what?
Why isn't it working again?
Hang on.
Hang on, let me check.
Oh shit, I know why.
Hang on. Shit, hang on.
I think I know why.
Yeah, let me fix that. Does it work now?
Yes, now it works now.
Okay, so I forgot to do something
You know what? I'm just going to fix this right now.
so that I don't forget to do that in the future.
Let me
fix this. Upload defaults.
remove that. Okay.
Yeah, it should be fixed now. Thank you for pointing out, Maka. Thank you.
Oh, by the way, Maka, if you missed the news,
Let me show you. You probably missed the news.
I've been unbanned,
Twitch.
and I don't know what I'm gonna do about this yet. I'm not going to do anything with my Twitch until after my holiday. I'm going to spend my
Holiday thinking about what to do, but yeah, I've been unbanned from Twitch.
I technically already went over what my thoughts on it, but essentially I view Twitch as a bit of an abusive relationship where Twitch is like beat your wife every morning even if you don't know why, she will.
And because of that, I don't think I want to go back to Twitch, but at the same time I'd be stupid to ignore it, so
I'm gonna think on what I'm gonna do about this over my vacation.
some people I've talked to said maybe stream some days on Twitch, some days on YouTube, split it up. Alternatively,
What I was thinking is dropping my affiliate chip and dual streaming, but I'm not going to commit to any decision yet until I've had ample time to think about it, because I just
got this email 6 hours ago, so yeah. Wait, no, 10 hours ago. Is it related something? Is something that happened with other streamers?
What's something that happened with other streamers?
Yeah. I don't know what my Twitch presence gonna be for now.
I'll have to decide. Resting. Characters require 8 hours of sleep each day.
Almost 1 year, right?
I got banned in May actually.
So, yeah.
9 months. Almost a year.
A big dono Friday? Oh,
Nah, save your money, Maka.
save your money, yeah. Yeah.
If your pay is just coming in, make sure you save your money first. Set aside your budget and your funds for the month.
And then make sure you're all set on, and only then think about supporting me. Love you, Maka.
Groom gains same benefit of resting during the day. The way gain benefits.
Character who
Gain benefits only once every 24 hours. Character rests 8 hours recovers the following ways. Regains hit point equal to the constitution modifier, multiplied by their level.
okay. If taking off without shelter or comfort, you might reduce his healing by half. Alright. Severity of the doomed and drain conditions by 1.
Reduces fatigue condition. Most spellcasters need to rest before they regain their spells.
Sleeping in armor results in poor rest. Characters wake up fatigued, alright?
The character goes more than 16 hours without going to sleep. They become fatigued.
Really? Just like that, a hard rule preventing you from powering through.
I might not treat this so as a hard rule because in
Soldiers and adventurers should be used to powering through, I feel like.
yeah, of course it adds up if you don't rest overnight and then you feel fatigued, but more than 16 hours and then already become fatigued? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Adventurers should definitely be able to power through a day and only becoming fatigued if they don't sleep the entire night.
For sleep deprivation, fatigue, you want to splice some rules together. Technically, Pathfinder 2 has its odd because it has levels of
Debuffs.
you have fatigue 1, fatigue 2, fatigue 3 and so on and so forth, so I need to check.
Then yeah, I'll check that later. I want to stop and heal. 1 minute spell shall last. Counter happens in very close proximity. Must I heal? Body base weather gone. Enough time the spell runs out. You more chance with spell lasting 10 minutes or more. Alright. Casting advantageous spells before a fight. Players have drop on falls. Usually each character casts 1 spell or prepare. And then roll initiative. Okay.
You might roll initiative before everyone can complete their preparations. Casting spell gives away the player's presence. I mean, yeah, spells have somatic components, right?
So you're trying to sneak up and ambush someone?
The act of casting a spell would be the surprise round. I might probably roll it that way.
Watches and surprise attacks. Cutting Master, you can roll a die to randomly determine which characters are more guard duty.
Okay.
Starvation and thirst, that's not gonna happen. Hang on, I need to go back to check something.
Did you hear a weird noise?
No, you hear me.
Oh, Ganon.
Hi.
Hi, Ganon.
Sorry, I was in a raid.
Hi.
Everyone, say hi to Ganon.
Hello. You can keep me on stream if you want, because I won't be on as long as I want to, but I can help read whatever you need.
Okay, I need some
stuff.
rules clarification.
Ganon.
Give me a second, I gotta pull the book.
Okay. If Ganon is here,
Sadly, I don't have an image for Ganon. Prepare.
I have the book in hand, what do you need?
Alright, I need to know about initiatives. Initiatives are
initiative!
initiatives are
Initiative's
handled.
handled so differently in
Yeah.
Pathfinder 2nd Edition. So, normally, initiatives are handled by a perception check. However, that does not need to be the case in most cases. Let's say you want to sneak up on the bad guy. Your initiative can then become your stealth roll.
so
The initiative is based off of your skills. So if you want to roll a particular skill, you can have that. How do I put this? So
the skill becomes the
could-
initiative.
yes, you just have to role play it out as how that is your initiative. Sort of, it encourages role play, is what I'm trying to say.
So for example, say just as you just come across a bunch of bandits and you guys are staring each other down. Who acts first? What skill would you roll for that?
In that case, it would probably be a general perception check.
General
Because
perception.
that's usually how initiative is rolled.
Could
I almost want to
allow athletics or acrobatics be used as an initiative in that kind of situation where you're just staring down someone and figure out who acts first. People who are athletic or acrobatic I could see being argued that they would be able to act quicker.
It could also work. One could also say, one could yell dodge and then throw a fireball.
and
And
I need to ask you something specific about that.
Okay.
I don't. You probably haven't heard anything about the setting I'm
Crafting, right?
No, I have not.
Alright, so
I need your advice on what level to set this adventure at. It's going to be a single quest campaign. Let me bring up the notes again.
there I wrote down.
It's going to take place in a city, a very large border town that acts as a trade hub. TLDR, the empire that the city belongs to, has lost contact with the city. They've heard that some false emperor has declared himself emperor in the city, and the Imperial Knights have brought on adventurers to help them take back the city. Now, you might be asking, wait, adventurers doing siege? That's not right, but this is not going to be a city siege because the city has essentially descended into anarchy. There's no like standing forces, insurrectionist forces watching the walls, things like that. The doors are basically just wide open. Parts of the city have been overgrown by vines and trees. Other parts have been burned. There's smoke rising out from the streets in random locations. Basically, the city is in complete anarchy, and so the way I have envisioned this quest working is that the party of the player characters is going to be kind of like the vanguard of the assault on the city. You guys are just gonna walk in and pave the way for the Imperial Knights towards the central keep where scouts have gathered that's where the false emperor appears to be. They have no idea what he's doing because he doesn't appear to be administering the city at all. The city is basically run by gangs now, essentially.
A good
because there's going to be, you're gonna have to contend with gangs, checkpoints, roadblocks, where bandits are probably gonna ask you for toll and stuff. I don't know how you're gonna deal with stuff like that. It's entirely up to you. You guys are probably going to rest in the city, and for those situations, the knights are going to catch up to you and establish a perimeter, and they are going to guard you while you rest. So chances of attack while you're resting is going to be exceedingly low due to the presence of the knights, because they're going to like scare off any like bandits who are thinking of accosting you. But it's not going to be completely zero. I'm just going to roll a percentile die with a very, very low chance of something happening.
And yeah, you were saying?
I generally think that's a good level 5.
Level 5?
Adventure.
I don't know if I have the experience to balance encounters for a level 5. I was thinking of just using basic lackeys, whatever the weakest form of bandit or human opponents are. Things like that.
I mean, if you make us vanguards.
My biggest worry is always the
encounter planning, because yeah, I'm worried about that. If I make you guys level 5, I don't know how to balance encounters for a level 5
party.
Or do you think, in your experience, would it be harder, to set you guys at level 2 and just throw like level 0 mooks at you? You think that'll be harder for you guys?
The thing is, the more things you throw at us, the harder it gets. So, our party got wrecked at level 3. And not necessarily wrecked like, the dice gods
Uh,
were not you gotta understand, critting in Pathfinder 2nd Edition is so much easier than in previous other games. So let's say your level 3 guard has an AC of 16. If I roll a 26 or higher, which in 2nd Edition is not a hard call, they take an extra shitload of damage. If they fail a save versus my fireball, they will... Actually, let me check Fireball 2nd Edition. I want to say it does burning.
Spell descriptions. Fireball.
Huh. Really? I thought it does... Oh! Okay. So, let's say they completely botch their roll on their fireball, on the fireball. Instead of the standard 6d6, they take 12d6 if they critically fail. Now, if they critically succeed, they take no damage.
I see. So, dice rolls are very swingy in
Pathfinder 2. That's what you're telling me.
Oh yeah. Now this also goes for the enemies too. They can completely fucking whiff.
And
But
also,
I think it's fair. And also, it's really fucking fun to have that.
And
You
also,
know,
I was thinking of making you guys start at level 3.
that was my initial thought. Either level 2 or level 3.
I'd say at least 3.
I mean,
At least 3. I mean, 3, I can do some wacky shit. I might not just go wizard then.
oh yeah. Feel free to think of what class and
Oh,
race you want to play.
Your boy already knows.
Oh?
He's either going to be a wizard or he's going to be an alchemist bomber. There is no in
Makes
between
sense.
with me. We've met.
Okay, basically, yeah, to go over the setting a bit more, adventurers are brought on to act as the vanguard of the assault to take back the city. You guys are basically forward scouts. You're clearing the way to reach the central keep. You don't have to take out enemies at, like, this is going to be a giant city, there's going to be alleyways and all that. You don't have to search and clear out every alleyway. You just have to get to the keep, basically. And the military, the Imperial Knights will handle things behind you, pretty much. What else? Adventurers were brought on with promise of gold, lots of gold for their level, because this is a very unusual situation. But of course, I'm not ruling out other reasons for joining, whether good or evil. You can be evil if you want to, but I need a character who has at least some sort of vested interest in seeing this quest through, whether it's for the money or...
I'm kidding. I want to be the new emperor. No.
Oh God.
No. I will be right back.
In Pathfinder, it's called primal magic, so
It's not nature, it seems it's primal.
is it?
It's arcane,
Um,
magical schools,
uh,
tradition and school, tradition,
um,
spell school and abjuration, blah blah blah.
divination, evocation, illusion, necromancy.
All those I know. Arcane, divine, occult, and primal.
Oh,
Magic inherent in the world because
far-reaching approach. Brothers generally poor. Acting spirit of the soul. These are most iconic, arcane, divine, steeped in faith, clerics, divine sorcerers, champions of call upon your god, practitioners of occult traditions, unexplainable, categorized bizarre, otherwise access, ephemeral.
bards are the iconic occult spellcasters, really?
Strange, esoterica. Influence the mind or elevate the soul.
Occult sorcerers strive to understand the mysterious power of their blood. Really? Sorcerers are occult?
Oh. Interesting. That's funk JoJo music on Kazooie. An instinctual connection of and faith in the world cycle day and night, natural selection, it's the most iconic magic of nature.
Right, so it's, I should say, radiating primal. I would say primal, divine, and arcane magics are the primary magics that are radiating from the city. I don't know what type of effect on occult magic would have on the city. Maybe the keep?
Maybe the keep will be radiating occult energy. Oh,
Collecting strange using performance to influence the mind and elevate the soul. Yeah, maybe the keep is radiating.
occult energy. Because I already know what's happening in the keep. You guys are not gonna know that. That's gonna be DM secret.
I already know what's happening.
I know exactly what's happening.
Difficulty classes, right? While we're waiting for Ganon to get back,
Let me read on difficulty classes. A Black Sabbath?
no,
Come now. Yes, I worship the Bible Black, but
I'm not going to.
just willy-nilly shove that into my D&D campaign. What are you talking about?
I mean, Pathfinder campaign.
I'm not that lewd. Jeez. Get your mind out of the gutter, chat. Yeah.
Table 4. Something pretty much anyone with decent chance of untrained. Require a degree of training. Listed or trained master. These are trying to cover true history behind a fable.
Recall knowledge. Or master proficiency.
Train, expert, master, or legendary proficiency.
Simple DCs work. You're on the fly.
No, they're most useful for skill checks. Not much.
Relation between the simple DCs. Won't work well for hazards commands.
Attending skill-based DCs based on something that has a level.
Use table 10.5 to set the DC.
Oh, Mitchell.
If you
want to join the call and talk to me directly through your voice, join any... You can join any room and I can drag you in.
to my bed.
My bed is just the room I use typically for when I'm streaming. If you want to join the Discord call.
Wait. There we are.
Welcome back.
Yeah. I'd say at least 3.
At
So,
least 3.
that would at least allow us to get the archetypes and a few things.
Okay.
Okay then. I'll set you guys for level 3. And then I'll adjust the encounters down as necessary. And if I feel like you guys really need the buff, I'll just give you guys a level up during one of your rest sessions. The tentative plan is for the quote-unquote dungeon.
The city map to be 3 maps long.
First map will be the entrance to the city and halfway to the keep. Second map will be remaining distant to the keep, and the third map will be the keep and surrounding area. Of course, there might be intermediary maps if you guys end up doing something funny like trying to sneak through the sewers or some shit.
That I didn't plan for.
And yeah, at any time you want to rest, like I mentioned, the knights will catch up to you and work to ensure that you guys get proper rest. So yeah, you don't have to worry about knight encounters unless the dice hit you. Normally when it comes to rolling encounter chance during rest, you guys roll a percentile die, right?
DMs.
I do.
You do.
What would you say would be percentile for exceedingly low chance of an encounter occurring during a rest period?
We're with watch and the guards.
Yeah.
I would say 10 below. 10 and below.
10 below on a percentile die, right?
Yeah.
Sounds about right. Alright.
I'm gonna have to plan an encounter for that exceedingly low chance, but I think I already have an idea
of what I can do.
Yeah, so the basic enemies you're gonna be encountering are just basic whatever lowest level bandits I can find. They might be elves or humans or dwarves or gnomes or whatever, but
yeah.
Bandits, gang members, whatever those are.
I see a new spell and I want to try it so bad. Did you ever see
Hmm?
Oh god, what the fuck movie is it?
Hmm?
It's one of my favorite movies.
What?
Bruce Almighty.
Uh-huh.
There was a spell called Vomit Swarm.
Oh god.
Yes! Yes!
Oh god.
Oh fucking hell.
You belch forth a swarm of magical vermin.
Ew.
Disgusting.
I
Yeah.
am-
Ew.
Ew, God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
Ganon.
could-
Just to ask you real quick.
You okay?
Are you okay if I stream the session as the DM?
Oh, by all means. I've said you could.
Yeah,
You've
you
already
just
had
want,
my permission multiple times.
yeah, I just wanted
I
to.
would be down to stream all of our Hey there, sweetie. Hi.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Tiny. How you doing?
Hi, cat.
You've been-
Tiny is
you've been
Ganon's cat.
panicky
Mwah.
lately.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Janet's adorable
Oh.
cat.
The adorable, really loud cat.
Yes, she's very loud. Right now, she's purring and is happy, so is not going to be freaking out. Yeah, a creature that fails its saving throw becomes sick in 1.
Currently, I'm reading through
uh,
the difficulty check section. I need to look up the debuffs.
section. Conditions.
My conditions is coming later. I'll get to that later once I'm
hang
done.
on.
Hmm?
Let me pull up the book. Oh wow, it's even later.
Harold says Canon, no.
Check.
You're also playing some Master Duel in.
Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh? Okay.
So for classes right now, we have Ganon, who's going to be a backline character, either an alchemist or a wizard. Cass has mentioned she wants to be a sorcerer. Lucky's mentioned he's going to fill, but he's likely going to be a frontliner based on what everyone's doing. I don't know what White Jackal is doing. Mitchell, also, what class did you say you were thinking of doing again?
Oh, he's here? Shit. I
Mitchell.
didn't know that.
Mitchell is sitting in chat.
Oh.
And YouTube chat right now.
Hi.
Mm-hmm.
And Errol /
Riddle is also sitting in chat.
Okay, so your conditions and dex is page 618. You've got blinded. You automatically critically fail perception checks that require you to be able to see.
Okay, I'm going to ignore this for now.
You got the broken condition.
Clumsy condition.
Status penalty.
Equal to the condition value of the dex-based checks.
Hang on.
So say a character has clumsy 1, that means dex-based checks and DCs including AC, reflex and range and all that, they take a -1 if they have clumsy 1?
Let me double check. Michael Lozo also asked a thing as well.
You're going to go to bed, Hammy? Alright, good night, Hammy. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for joining in on our
You
study
take okay,
session.
so clumsy always contains a value. So basically, you would take say clumsy 1 would be -1, clumsy 3 would be -3.
Alright.
So that's how it's handled. I'm seeing fatigued reference fairly often. So what does fatigue do?
I will
Fatigue.
get to that in a second because I know Shalozo had a question.
Are you seeing for the?
Were you looking for the question?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you checking my Discord or mute chat or my YouTube chat?
No, in the Discord.
Oh, Discord?
Oh, a flat checks. Okay, so to answer your question,
Right.
a flat check is basically your save. If I remember correctly, I just want to double check. Yep, okay. When the chance something will hail is fully unchecked. Oh, okay, flat checks. When the chance something will happen or fail to happen is purely based on chance. You attempt a flat check. A flat check never includes any modifiers, bonuses, or penalties. You just roll a d20 and compare the result on a die to the DC. Only abilities that specifically apply that to flat checks can change the check's DC. Most such effects only affect certain types of flat checks. If one or more flat check would ever cause or prevent the same thing, just roll once and use the highest DC. In the rare circumstance a flat check has a DC or 1 or lower, skip rolling, you automatically decede. Conversely, if one has a DC of 21 or higher, you automatically fail.
Okay.
So flat checks are a straight up and down 20.
Mm-hmm.
Versus
I'll
the
be honest,
DC.
I don't see them that often when I've played. So they are a rare thing, but
It would have to be a thing like just by luck bending down to pick up a coin while a wrecking ball swings over your head.
That's more like luck than anything.
that's what we call the Percy method of Mage the Awakening. An Alcavian versus a mage. What sort of wacky bullshit can you avoid doing? That was a great day. I had fun. Okay. Yep.
Oh yeah, I should note this. Party starts at level
3. Tentative plan.
give level
Up if
party is
getting shit pushed in. There we go.
I should save this.
Just in case something goes wrong.
Oh, TT?
Fuck that.
I want it to be a word.
So Doc.
Wait, do people save in DocX now or
Doc.
I've done both.
Nah, I'm gonna use Doc.
Just for simplicity's sake.
Good old Doc.
Good night, family. Okay, so
Oh, by the way, I don't. We're never gonna get this far. Spells. Spells go up to 10th level.
alright. Noted.
The only reason I'm going to explain that is because the 10th level spells are the 9th level spells that everyone always fucking picks.
What?
Okay, think of a 9th level spell.
Huh?
What is the first spell that comes to mind?
Wish?
Which actually might be
Is Wish that high?
9, but Wish is either 9 or 10. Let me double check.
I don't know. That I think of the highest spell. Again,
Yeah, that's the highest, most
Because
powerful
I
spell
know
I can
Time
think of.
Stop is level 10. Because every fucking wizard and their mother takes Time Stop. I don't want that. Okay, these are both spells. Okay. Weird. Nope, Wish is a level 10 spell.
mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, Canon.
Just to set this up, multiple parties are going to be entering the city.
Because
The knights don't want to rely on just one party getting to the keep. They're going to be attacking from multiple directions at once. The player party is going to enter the gate that leads you into the part of the city that's overgrown with vines and trees.
so that's going to be the first thing you deal with.
What else you deal with depends on where you go from there.
But yeah.
If you look down on the city from the hill where you are and you have detect magic, you might see that the city, different sections of the city are radiating primal, divine, and arcane magics, but the keep is radiating some kind of occult magic.
What else do you need to know? I think that's all you need to know.
Oh, the name of the city is Lordwall.
City of Lordwall, part of the Empire of the Hand.
And anything else? Yeah, assaulting a city, but it is not a siege.
Because
The doors are open.
nobody's watching the gate, nobody's watching the doors.
There's nothing stopping you guys from walking in. I don't know if there's any module or adventure that's already written that sounds anything similar to what I'm thinking of.
Or what I described thus far. If there is, point me to it and I'll see what they have and maybe I can adapt some stuff. But otherwise, yeah, I'm not.
I'm flying by the seat
Seat of my pants! I have no idea what I'm doing.
Feel free to give me any advice you can think of. I need entries for whatever equivalent of monster manual entries for basic bandits
And,
and this is a monster that I think is unique to my my setting, but I'm going to adapt something from that's already available. Is there any kind of like small, or I would say clay golem that is kind of like a lackey level?
Mitchell also mentioned
Puppets. I could possibly adapt puppets to function as the creature that I was thinking of, but I'm not sure.
what?
Mitchell, if you're still there, what book is Puppet from?
I need to see what its stats are.
Oh, quick question. The size affect AC in this? The size is size a status that confers bonus.
Cannon?
I'm here. I have a secondary conversation involving this chat.
Oh,
And you said clay golem, right?
yeah.
Any kind of weak sauce clay golem. Something that can be a minion.
Essentially, the weakest clay golem.
If that doesn't exist, then Mitchell also was recommending I adapt puppets into a clay golem.
Does it have to be a clay golem, or can it be a low-level golem?
Can be any kind of low-level golem that I would likely give it some additional attributes that indicate that it's clay.
Made of clay.
If
Guess what? You need each have a club.
oh, Crimson Moon?
Oh, that's a big club. Oh, congrats, Maka.
When are you going to be DJing?
When's your first day gonna be? I would like to make sure that I come and, dance. Or,
Listen, no, I'm not gonna dance there because that's a actual club. But yeah, I like to Saturday coming up. Okay, I'll try to keep that in mind. Is spell resistance a thing in Pathfinder 2?
I think it's handled differently. Let me check. Their skills.
So,
Spell resistance is taken up by skills in this?
Feats. Sorry, feats.
feats?
Feats, archetypes, and other things. So generally, Carrion, ice, maybe wood. Slap the weak template on it if needed.
What, carrion ice?
No, carrion, ice, maybe wood.
Could you spell it out?
Carrion.
Carrion.
Ice.
Carrion as
golem.
in like
Carrion golem.
ice golem or a wood golem.
Construct golem mindless. I'm probably going to remove the mindless tech because the golems I'm going to create are sentient. They're weak sauce, but they're sentient. What challenge rating is this? HP 60.
Oh god. Yeah, this is very strong.
Yeah, you may need to put the weak template on it.
What's the weak template?
Creature 4. I am metagaming a bit, but I don't really care.
Flesh, glass, clay.
Okay, the way he describes it is... Okay, the weak template. Is adjusting it. If you want a creature that's weaker than normal that would otherwise be too challenging, or so that one enemy is weaker than his kin. To do this quickly and easily, apply the weak adjustments to the 6/6 as follow. Decrease the creature's AC, attack modifiers, DC, and skill modifiers by 2. Decrease its damage of its strikes and offensive capabilities by 2. Decrease that by 4. Decrease the creature's AC based on its starting level. So.
By 2.
This is...
Hang on, I'm just gonna link it. Fuck
Yeah,
it, I
I'm
have
looking
you,
at it.
in my PMs. Hold on.
I'm looking at it. Archives of Netis.
So, a carrion golem.
Creature 6.
I assume the number next to creature is the level?
What do you mean?
I'm seeing weak wood golem creature 6. Does the creature 6 meaning that it's like creature level equivalent to level 6 of the party?
Wait, is this... Fuck. PF2. I always need to specify PF2. Okay, yeah, so that's a 6th level creature. It is rated for the XP of a 6th level party.
A single creature is rated for 6th level party? Is that...
Yes.
Am I reading it right?
Okay.
Yes. So, yeah, creatures are really weird, and I'm slowly understanding what they do. So basically, how you build encounters is you take an example, PF to encounter calculator. Okay. Say player 4, party 2. Oh no, this is no. I need the PF2 encounter builder. So. Skip tour. Alright. Party size is
5.
how many of us are?
5.
5. Our level is 3. And we go to a wood golem, which is all the way at the fucking bottom.
Hang on. Janet?
Sorry, I need to
Go to the washroom and
do number 2. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
hello, Lucky.
Lucky's sitting in chat.
Let me to chat with Lucky and everyone in chat for them. Let me.
Wait, can I, shit, let me grab the YouTube link.
You can find the YouTube link in my...
My Discord, but yeah.
And announcements, yep.
Yep. Okay, I'll be right back, Jack.
I'm sorry, I did take a toilet paper. I'll be right back.
I'll try to be fast.
Yabby.
Hi, chat. Jeez, I've never heard my sound of my own voice. Anyone have any questions? Kind of no. What is the average airspeed of an unladen swallow? African or European? Oh no, that'd actually fucking kill us. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. I'm looking at the clay golem. Yeah, that is a severe encounter for us. Yeah, that would kill us. No, don't do that. Your blue box sometime. Stop, error. You can only make me so erect. Yeah, if you're gonna throw a Tarask at me, well, let's let Rovaga go. Let's do this, bitch. Chaos Goblin. Oi, oi, oi. Hey, here's the real question. Animals only have spikes on them when they have to defend themselves. What's the Tarask defending itself from?
I'm back.
Hi.
Hope that didn't take too long.
Me fine. Oh dear, oh dear.
Hmm?
I can hear you. It was echoing and I'm like, okay, too much.
Yeah, just mute the stream.
Alright,
So,
I think what I'm going to do
is
look at the
By the way, don't use a clay golem. It will fucking kill us.
Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at some of the traits of the clay golem, take it, and then apply it to a basic bitch level 1 thing that's meant to be like these these guys that I'm envisioning. They're basically going to be equivalent of like kobolds, basic kobold enemies, you know. Yeah, they're weak sauce, easy to kill outside of the immunities. And your only real strength is in their numbers. So yeah, I think what I'm just going to do is take some immunities and resistances and then create a basic bitch level 1 a mook enemy.
I blame you if you make an adorable one and the party decides to adopt them.
We'll see what happens.
Resistances, I assume, are handled similarly, right? Resistances and weakness. Wait, is there weaknesses in?
Oh, absolutely. Set a wood set a wood golem on fire. See what happens.
Let me see. I'm
looking through the golems right now to see.
Fire.
Harmed by fire. So does this mean that in addition to the fire spell, it takes additional 48 damage? Is that?
Is that what it means?
It takes extra damage.
Oh, okay, so
when a creature is harmed by something, this is additional damage on top of whatever damage the attack is doing.
I get it.
Yeah.
What would you say would be the stat line of a basic bitch level 1 mook enemy?
I'd have to look it up.
Or
to
if
be honest.
there's is there any basic bitch level 1 mook enemy
available that I can copy its stat line and adjust as necessary?
Puppets in the Archive of Ancestry. Yeah, but which book are they from?
Do you know?
Grand Bazaar.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look up puppets to see.
You should throw 20 Wendigos at us. I'm sure we'll survive.
Nah, not
Yeah,
good.
no, I'm sure we'll survive. They're only CR 17.
Mitchell, Lucky. Starting level based on advice for Ganon is level 3.
I wanted to do 5.
I'm not sure if I'm good enough to balance on level 5.
Do you want me to try to balance for level 5? With 0 knowledge?
It's up to you. I'd have to read more. Oof.
My tentative plan is start at level 3, and if I see you guys getting your shit pushed in,
if you make it to the halfway point and you rest, I'm gonna give you guys a level up. That's the tentative plan anyway.
Let me see.
Does the game mastery guide have a list of monsters, enemies, basic enemies I can use?
No, you're gonna have to use the SRD in this case.
Really? The game mastery guide doesn't have
list of monsters?
Cutie, the game mastery guide is fucking 700 pages long. If they throw in the monster manual, it would be over 1,000.
Okay, fine.
Let me see,
Now, granted, I do appreciate it that the Game Master Guide has everything.
Would I need to search in the bestiary for things like bandits?
Yeah. I believe so.
What would they be classed under?
Human? Gang member?
Hold on.
What will humanoid enemies be classed under? I'm finding bears.
Alright, bandit. Neutral evil creature 2.
I'm looking at B. I don't see bandits.
I see banshees and a whole bunch of other stuff. Would you be in NPC
Are
section?
you in our... Yeah, it's in the NPC section.
NPC of the where?
So go to Archives of Nethys.
No, I have book.
Give me the book.
Game Mastery Guide, page 206.
206,
Well,
okay.
fuck.
Okay.
Well, fuck me, I'm wrong.
Noble.
Courtiers.
These are not fucking alphabetical.
Criminals? Criminal scum.
Creature 1, criminal scum.
Okay.
HP 18, really?
That's not as much as you think it is.
How much health does a standard level 1 barbarian have? Assuming he has decently high con.
I'm trying to
get a sense of HP range.
Give me a second.
Standard barbarian versus standard wizard.
Bard. Barbarian. 12 plus Constitution modifier plus racial HP.
So I'll say a human level 1 barbarian. What?
Let me look at the ancestry.
Uh-huh.
So alright, so I say that they're being a stereotypical half-orc.
Hmm?
So, at a human barbarian would start at minimum, considering no positive or negative con, 20 hit points.
Wow, level 1 hit points are very high in Pathfinder 2nd edition.
Yes, because you gain your race hit points
Hmm.
and your class hit points at the very beginning.
Okay.
And by race I mean ancestry. Forgive me, it's been, I've played D&D, it's always been race, so
Yeah, that's fine.
I
That's
do
fine.
like it's called ancestry.
It's fine, I understand the meaning. Okay, you know what? I'm going to run this as an exercise. I'm going to build this basic bitch and common enemy right now. It's intended to be a level 1. Let me look up the puppet.
I should probably head to sleep soon. I wanted to be here earlier, but there was a Final Fantasy dungeon calling my name.
Hope you had fun.
Let's see,
I
where is the
did.
Grand Bazaar?
I think that's a separate
Yeah, I'm trying to see where would it be organized in.
I'm gonna get a tissue.
Lost Omens, Grand Bazaar.
Those, I feel like.
Let's see. Hmm. Hmm. How to use this book, please?
Because I'm looking at the.
That and no, that makes sense.
Hang on.
Puppets are Grand Bazaar page 60.
What this player race is just shoved in here with no.
Where's the table of contents? Lost and found. Memories, material changes, menagerie. Colorful toys.
Yeah, this is written as if it's in character, but I want you guys to
Fucking organize this so that I can easily find it. What the fuck?
basic creatures help owners with simple tasks.
Puppets gain sentience, independence, spark of life.
Hi, Cass.
I was lurking.
And I was there when Ureda knew me.
The what?
I was talking with chat.
Cass is in stream.
Hello.
Why is this Grand Bazaar book organized like this?
I don't own it, so I don't know.
Like,
Oh shit! I
This
need to
thing-
get the humble bundle.
this thing is organized like it's an in-universe travel document, and then there's this player ancestry that's shoved in the middle of it all of a sudden.
How am I supposed to find this?
I don't know.
Oh. So hit points D6.
Did I miss Pathfinder? Fuck, I think I missed Pathfinder.
Ability flaw, dexterity, ability boost.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna give them a ton of flaws actually.
Traits construct humanoid. Uses elements of the flesh.
Dark vision, flammable. Weakness to fire damage.
1/3. Yellow minimum 1.
If you have weakness 1, what does that mean? Is it a condition?
If you have a weakness to a certain type of damage, whenever you take that type of damage, increase the damage you take by the value of the weakness. For example, if you have weakness, if you have weakness to fire and you take 2d6 fire damage, and have weakness 5 to fire, you take 2d6 plus 5 fire damage.
Right.
If you have weakness to something that doesn't normally deal damage, such as water, you take damage equal to the weakness value when touched or affected by it.
Okay.
That has to be for vampires or something.
Is it when all else only can be born? Sea elves, high elves, like dark elves.
Being totally different entry. Makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, we're running an exercise right now. I'm going to design a
Pathfinder.
2 basic Mook enemy. You're not going to encounter these enemies early on. You're only going to encounter these enemies in the second half of the quest. Or well, more like more than halfway towards the. Although maybe you might encounter it right before the first rest. I'll think about it. You create a new sheet.
I should throw Avocado Jones Barkley at you and just see how he just steamrolls over all of this.
Please don't create.
What, you don't want my level 12 wizard to steamroll over everything?
Please don't create munchkins.
I'm a newbie.
Don't create munchkin characters.
I was not saying I was creating a munchkin. I was saying I was creating an overleveled character. Yeah, you cannot munchkin as hard as you think you can in second edition. No.
All right.
You can definitely synergize. You cannot munchkin.
What would be the starting money?
I haven't figured that out yet. I'll let you guys know. Let me complete this exercise. A basic Mook
character.
Do I give him a class?
Depends.
No, not really. They're not gonna have a class. These
constructs.
So looking at the game mastery guide, it's looking at Grave Robber. Yes, it's HP 18 as a level 1 creature. What's the standard hit points of a wizard, human wizard?
Level 1.
Give me a second.
Just trying to have an idea of how squishy people can be.
Oh shit, I forgot Dancer was a class.
Race +6+.
Con mod IRC.
If they have no class, then it's +6.
Is it?
Hold on. Ninja. Sorcerer.
From the wizard.
Ah, the wizard.
Mhm.
Okay. 6 plus con, so 6 plus 8 is 14 plus constitution.
14 plus con. Okay, so
20 to 14, not including con. That's the starting
But
HP that's off.
But you're also the guy who brings down the pain.
yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how tough I should make these level 1 mooks to be a danger for you if they swarm as a level 3 party.
Just you don't get your karma from your race HP, just your levels.
Mission Beater shows how to make monsters? I don't know.
So I
Custom.
will say to you, there's a lot of fun feats for a wizard. For example,
Customizing.
Reach, which extends a spell's range by 30.
Nice.
There's a Widen, so you can add 5 feet to a radius. It has 10. And cones, basically. You can. Here's one I really liked. Shit, where is it? It's not Reach, but it's. Fuck, what is the name of that?
It's treasure and crafting, no?
It says environment.
Non-lethal spell, that's what I'm fucking thinking of. Yeah. that. There's a lot of good stuff.
These are difficulties. Character was it disadvantageous?
It doesn't seem to be a guide for creating an NPC.
The game mastery guide.
Tools.
Building creatures.
There it is. Building creatures. Think about your creature.
Yeah, I already know exactly what my creature is gonna be.
Oh, trust me.
Hmm?
That is literally what Avocado Jones Barclay is.
What?
He is a time mage. It's fucking great.
Wait, what?
Who are you responding to?
Michael Ozo in the chat. Time Wizard is great and it's so stupid fun.
What, a munchkin?
No, he's not even cute. You gotta understand. All of these are balanced.
Oh, you're talking in mute chat. You're responding to his message in mute chat.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
That I got really confused. I don't look at that chat. I only look at
YouTube chat when
I'm streaming.
Yeah.
Ability modifiers, base
Yeah,
roadmaps.
Time Wizard is basically the multi-class, or rather the archetype. It's fun. I initially looked at Lich and Demolitionist, mainly Demolitionist because I'm a destruction fiend. Case in point. Yeah. There's so much more.
low skills, safe items.
Okay.
I'm trying to
It
figure out
is-
how.
No, you first.
Trying to figure out how to. Actually, you know what? Well, let's just read this. But yeah, I'm going to be reading this section on building a creature.
What do you want to say?
It's 11 o'clock. I need to tap out.
Okay.
Thanks for the
You
advice.
know how to get a hold. Go ahead. You know how to get a hold of me when you need to do more of this.
Mhm.
Poke me, and assuming I'm not at D&D, I will answer.
Alright.
Alright. I'm gonna go to bed. Good night.
Good night.
Creatures world class in this necessity can challenge almost any character.
Creatures.
Have no or only one. No, they have no. Extremely capable but normal classic creature. This is a challenge mode. All creatures have at least one high value.
Okay.
Combat focused creatures have high C. The moderate middle row
I'm gonna use this one often.
actively bad at this. Represent creatures' weak points. Most creatures should have at least one low statistic. Goblins, pyros will save. Okay.
Some statistics stay even lower than low.
Indicates a truly awful statistic.
Comes to statistics. Balance overall.
Have some low or terrible.
Okay. Creature hit extremely hard.
Gonna bounce too? Alright, Mitchell. Cass, Lucky, if you guys wanna hop in and chill, let me know. And you guys can ask questions while I'm doing this exercise. Level represents a creature that's more social, might have third level common is high. My main third level creature. Much such creatures are NPCs.
Hard for PCs to deal with.
Alignment, size, and trait. Fill out trade lists.
And whatever said your story.
Tend to be certain alignments. Creature can be whatever size you find large, below level 1, huge.
Certainly I want the following types.
Ancestral construct. Yeah, they're constructs.
You're exhausted?
You sleep tonight.
Good night. Good night, guys.
Oh, okay. One last look at the
Basic plans.
You guys are avenging the city of Lordwall. You're working with the Imperial forces of the Empire of the Hand. You'll be tentative plan starting level 3, but I might give you guys a mid quest level up if you guys start dying. It's a unique situation. It is not a city siege. You guys are trying to help depose a false king, but it is not a city siege. The doors are wide open. The city is in complete anarchy. Whatever this false king is doing, he is not really doing anything to administer the city. So the city has been overrun by gangs, small groups looking out for themselves, things like that. Parts of the city have become overcome with vegetation and trees. Other parts are burned. Sections are radiating primal, divine, and arcane magics. Smoke rises from random locations, not all from chimneys. But the keep, which is the target of your party, is radiating occult magic. Your target is to get to the keep and figure out what the hell is going on with the false king. The army, the Imperial Knights, are going to be assisting you and giving you backup. They'll be following behind you. They're not helping you, well, because you're the vanguard, but they'll be following behind you. When you're slipping in the city, the Imperial Knights will catch up to you and guard the campsite. Chances of attack are exceedingly low, but not zero. Adventurers were enticed to join this quest through lots of gold. Really huge amount of gold for your level. I haven't decided how much gold there will be yet because I don't know how much gold a level 3 party starts with, but
I'll let you guys know that later.
But I'm not ruling out player characters joining for
other less than altruistic reasons.
Whether you're a slave being forced to join, a prisoner who was told do this for us and will consider your sentence paid in full.
Whatever you want to think of, feel free to, but essentially,
you are adventurous, acting as the vanguard for the Imperial Knights
of the Empire of the Hand.
You are not the only adventuring party doing this. Other adventuring parties are going to be attacking the city through different openings and door gateways. But you are assigned the gateway that leads you into the part of the city that's overgrown.
And okay, that's it. That's all.
That's all you need to know.
Basic gist of how you're starting out. If you need to figure out what kind of character you want to be.
Ganon mentioned he's going to be either a wizard or an alchemist.
Backline.
I know Cass mentioned wanting to be a sorcerer. I don't know what White wants to be. Lucky mentions likely being frontline. I don't know what Michelozo is
shifting around.
He's going to be a puppet, but I don't know what kind of puppet.
Cass, you're gonna be a sorcerer? Yep.
I've already pegged you for being a sorcerer.
So,
Sprite sorcerer was it?
So yeah.
White say tank caster. So
Or
a cleric? Frontline cleric or champion? Or druid perhaps? Those are the tank casters I'm...
oh well. Oh, okay,
I'll see them then. I'll note this down. And it equals wizard or alchemist back line.
Cass, Sprite, sorcerer. Lucky.
For now, Phil. Front line likely. Mitchell. No clue.
Why? Tank caster.
Been waiting for Mitchell also the lockdown class.
Yeah.
No idea what he's gonna be, but well, we'll see what he settles with.
Right. So.
Yeah, you can be an adventurer. In fact, if you want, you can be a champion of in the service of the Imperial Army if you want to.
I'm not ruling that out. With this basic premise. You can create any character you want.
You can be evil if you want to, as long as you have a vested interest in seeing this quest through. Whether it's for the gold or
whatever random reason you want to think of. I'm cool with it.
I'll just need to discuss it with you guys so that I
know what to plan. As long as there's a reason I want to fuck over your party member. Yeah, pretty much.
I want you to I require you to have a character that wants to see the quest through.
For whatever reason.
That reason can be up to you. The quest being to depose this false king and aid the Imperial Knights in taking back control of the city. But of course you can be like, I'm not actually trying to depose the false king, I'm trying to do something else. Blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to figure out what the false king has done to cause the city to descend into anarchy within like 3 months. Because I believe that's the time frame that I'm setting. It's been 3 months since contact has been lost with the city of Lordwall. After investigation, first month was spent investigating, second month spent negotiating
with the false king, and then
third month organizing and marching to the city of Lordwall. And the session is going to start with you guys at
the base camp.
Already at the forest at the edge of the city of Lordwall.
Anything else you guys need to know?
No one expects the Inquisition.
Yeah, I'm surprised when I go devotion to a Pope.
The Emperor of the Empire of the Hand, his name is Emperor Captain King.
But that might not be pertinent information.
Emperor Captain King, first of his name.
This might not be pertinent info.
This is just backdrop if it ever comes up.
Alright, anything else? Right, now back to the exercise.
I'm supposed to be building Mook character. No class. Level 0. It's basically a swarm enemy, so
looking at the guide, it is more efficient. Reskin of all creature. Chain description. Abilities mostly the same.
there's no creature that fits what I'm trying to make, unless there's a puppet enemy.
Let me double check.
Ancestry.
Hang on, no. Wait, no, that's not what I wanted.
Trait puppet. Specific familiar puppet. Feat. Is there an enemy puppet?
Trait puppet? No, these are just puppet traits, so I'm not going to use that. Specific familiar puppet.
You don't have a stat line here.
Damn. Are we gonna have a session 0 this Saturday?
Unlikely, because I doubt I'll have enough prepared for a session 0.
I will let you guys know.
I'm
completely lost. I have no idea what I'm doing. Trying my best to not
completely
fuck this up.
I'm just doing a character building exercise right now so I can have an idea of how to build
stat lines in PF2. I'm scared. This is all going haywire already.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Build a level. Party go. Look at the creatures you think fall to yours. More information. These hard PC studios at low levels can fly range attacks. The only one that does is like cannon. I'm scared.
Build out a trait line. The alignment can
be whatever suits your story. Type creatures, any traits, detail, rules attached.
Like in Phoebius. Okay.
Let me look for the.
Okay.
So
I have the puppet familiar bleh
here. So I'm going to fill that up
in
the creature stat line.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna put this here. Immunity to bleed, death,
Disease.
doomed, drained,
Fatigued. Healing.
Necromancy. Non-lethal. Paralyzed. Poisoned. Sickened. Unconscious.
Right, let us adapt the...
Yeah, I'm gonna put this. Let us adapt some of the traits from the golems.
Yeah, physical resistance 10. Weak wood golem, armed by fire, healed by plant.
What other types of golems are there?
Glass. Resistance physical 10, except adamantine or bludgeoning.
Armed.
Vulnerable to shatter.
Armed by sonic, healed by fire. Really? Huh.
Interesting. Change the glass color. Service. Tries to counter. Act a spell. If I can stand back at the caster.
Vulnerable.
Deals half the normal amount of damage because the golem becomes slow. Quicken. Cursed wound.
No, we don't care about that.
Targeted by spell. Effect.
Last golem position is magical reflective surface.
Wood golem.
Targeted by sheep wood.
Armed by fire. Splinter strike. Okay.
I'm going to let you guys
See? This creature's
resistances and weakness. Just because this is part of my exercise.
Resistance.
How much resistance do I give to a level 1 creature?
Oh fuck, I wish Cannon was here to help me figure this shit out. If I compare it to... special modifiers, items, armor class, speed, reactive abilities, skill abilities, trait abilities.
Oh fuck, that's immunities.
Yeah. Thematic creature have immunity, weakness,
Consider adding it.
ranges weakness, and resistance by level.
Unusual substance, right? We already have the
Immunities. Alright, to effect.
conditions are but you give it resistance.
Giant octopus are made of cold water.
So it will be immune to cold.
Now shouldn't I make it resistant to cold? typically lose lower hand value.
Oh. So if these are level
0 mooks, this is what they recommend for, well,
or stuff, so
move this here.
Resistance.
Pierce.
3 to
Pierce. And fire. Weakness.
3 bludgeoning.
Cold.
Everything else should affect it,
Normally, I think. I
think.
maybe. Okay, that's the basic stats.
Now we go back up and determine stat line.
You're level 0.
Ability modifiers.
Right. Creature's ability modifier. Table. 2-1 shows some benchmarks. Our creature's best
One ones you're okay with, low for the rest. Truly bad ability go as low as -5.
5. New creatures use the extreme column. Okay. Powerful dedicated spellcasters might use an extreme spellcasting statistic. Mute my extreme charisma. Huh.
Interesting. Nothing just below level 0.
+0.
I was gonna give these creature negatives because they're exceedingly stupid.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to just use this as a baseline.
Let's see.
I'm going to give them a
6 to intelligence, 6 to charisma, 6 to wisdom.
because they are exceedingly stupid.
Dex is
8. Constitution,
hang on, what was the
moderate.
no, you know what, Constitution. They're organizing this by
Pluses and minuses still.
If low is 0, then I'll make their dex
10.
each creature they say typically has 1 high.
Right, so your strength is high and con is 2. Okay. Okay. Right. So that's its stat line.
At least according to this.
I just, well, all creatures have one high value. Mineral statistic. Use this one often.
Yeah. They're level 0 creatures, so
3, 2, 0.
and
I'm giving them -2 because
they're exceedingly stupid.
and okay. I think that'll do. Now what's next? Perception.
Use wisdom's guide. Just a high setting creature as a cube.
Creature of low wisdom with a low perception modifier.
Or more if it's supposed to be a great hunter. Don't make creature perception higher.
Because it's often used for initiatives. Skill check for initiative. Such a stealth. Senses. Range limit means you can smell creatures.
Perception table.
Perception.
Is perception place elsewhere?
What the hell is perception? Eh? What?
Performance relation.
Yeah, what the hell is perception? Armor class, DC, speed, hero points.
Yeah, I'm not seeing perception.
And you.
Oh wait, it's here.
Okay, yeah. Oh wow.
Perception is listed as a save, huh?
Interesting. Gonna have to get used to this. Okay. Even though they are stupid,
With low wisdom, I do want them to have
decent, so giving them a moderate perception. Spellcasters might use really strong large creature. Size and traits. Level. Skirmisher, soldier.
essays included in the
No, this is here. Okay. I'll do that later then. Skills.
appropriate considering how good at them.
High skills are roughly on par. Let's see, what skills?
I don't think they would have anything.
To be honest, you're not trained in anything?
Deception. They would be.
They would have deception. They're liars. So, I'll give them a 5 and
Oh wow.
there's fixed levels here.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a 4.
Anyway, good luck. Good night. Mwah, mwah. Good night. I'm dying. I don't know what to do. I'm dying.
They would have stealth,
Some stealth because your contract.
provided they decide to use it. Otherwise, they don't even bother. They're not intimidating in the slightest. They don't know any of this stuff.
I forgot. Proficiency is here, not there. Okay.
Would they have athletics?
No.
No, I don't think they'll have training in anything else. Everything else will be 0.
Yeah, everything else will be 0. Right. Best player modifies anyone estimate creatures per efficiency rank. Several creature skill values. Right. Safe items.
Yeah, equivalent to PCs. PC will gain a huge amount of treasure.
Safe items?
Don't know what this is.
Yeah, single one item listed. Oh, I should say.
6-level creature has a +1 weapon.
So that's it. Okay, then I don't need to worry about this.
Armor class.
Combat stats. Be careful with setting this number. Low AC will compensate with your powerful spells.
Most creatures use high or moderate AC.
Reserve extreme save for creatures even better defended. I
Pair with extreme high ability modifiers. No creature should have more than extreme save.
Careful save the creature with clear weak points.
Creature would have terrible reflexes. Right, so even with terrible reflexes, you consider have +1.
Really? Huh. Interesting.
Wow, they really pump numbers in this game. I would say they are moderate.
Armor class, so I'm gonna give them 4. AC 4.
+4, so 14.
They have terrible reflexes.
They have really good fortitude.
So what's a good fortitude?
Really, moderate is +6? Huh, and the low is +3, really?
So a fortitude save for moderate would be let me double check something. Where's the NPC gallery? Criminals.
X +2, intelligent +3.
4.
Yeah, it is that high.
Wow.
Even a level 1 grave robber has.
Saves that are that high, huh? Interesting. Should I make it AC 16 then? Yeah, let's go back to the AC. Section. Yeah, 16 is considered high for level 0.
Hi, Panzer. Hi, Panzer. I need to know what kind of.
Character you're gonna be.
I'm doing an exercise right now where I'm designing a basic.
Mook enemy. That's gonna be like swarmy. I'm trying to figure out what to do. What are you doing, Panzer?
Oh, by the way, Panzer.
This is the note so far on my adventure.
I need to know.
What you intend to play? Tank caster, like you were saying?
You're essentially adventurers who are going to act as the vanguard for an assault on the city, but it's not a city siege. Rather, you are forward scouts trying to investigate what's going wrong with the city of Lordwell, a major trading hub at the edge of the Empire of the Hand.
Something has gone horrifically wrong with the city.
We know for a fact that it's not a city siege because the city is in anarchy. There's no like soldiers holding the walls or anything, all the doors are open.
You can just walk in. But
the objective of the quest objective is to fight, negotiate / fight your way to the central keep,
where
where a false king appears to have rebelled against the emperor.
City appears to be in anarchy. Parts of the city overgrown with vegetables, trees. Other parts are burned. Sections are radiating different magics.
The keep is radiating occult magic. When you guys are going to be allowed to sleep in the city because you have to fight your way through a city, but when you're sleeping, Imperial Knights who are following behind you will catch up to you and guard the campsite. This will make it so that there is an exceedingly low chance of attack while you're resting, but not 0.
And I'm going to roll a percentile dice for that.
Highly unlikely you'll come under attack while resting, but yeah. Your primary objective is to
get to the keep
figure out what's going on with the false king
and
aid the knights in the removing this false king from his keep, whether arresting him or killing him.
Doesn't matter.
The city itself is all run by gangs. The streets are overrun by gangs and
groups looking out for themselves. Pure anarchy.
the basic story is that adventurers are being enticed to aid in recapturing the city with the promise of gold.
Extremely large sums of gold.
You guys will be starting at level 3. So you will have starter gold, and the gold is going to be exceedingly large for your level.
That's the primary hook to get adventurers to join. But of course, you can join for any other reason if you want to. Doesn't matter it's good or evil.
As long as you have a vested interest in completing this quest. It can be for any reason. You can be like
A slave who
was forced to join this quest. You can be like a prisoner who was told, do this for us and it will consider your sentence paid in full.
you can be like
Part of the Imperial Knights. At least initiate of Imperial Knights joining this assault.
can be anything. But as for players right now, Gannon's gonna be a wizard or an alchemist backline. Cass is going to be a sprite sorcerer.
Lucky is filling, but probably frontline. Mitchell is a puppet something. We don't know what class he's gonna be at. And Lucky mentioned you were thinking of some kind of tank caster. In Mitchell playing around, we have no idea. Yeah, he seems to have settled on puppet.
A little puppet thing construct.
But as for class, we have no idea what class is gonna be.
Any idea what kind of class you want to be?
Lucky mentioned tank caster, but I don't know if you're going to be going something like
Champion or a cleric?
sniper of some sort.
So backline.
Ranger or rogue.
Someone goes PO, okay, so
Either fighter, ranger, or rogue.
someone who shoots, so
Backline.
you're not a
Frontline, you are some range shooter.
backline.
I don't know what kind of weapon you're gonna be using, whether bow or
Crossbow or
a gun. I will allow guns, but only basic guns, like basic rifles and stuff like that.
if you want to use those.
You can of course modify the basic rifle to have like things like buttstock or stuff like that, but as the base stat weapon, I'm only allowing basic guns.
Very, very basic guns.
Blunderbuss.
If you really want to, I'm allowing cannons if you can somehow get it in there.
Ship cannon. I knew you were going to mention ship cannon. You're gonna have to figure out how you're going to push and use a ship cannon. And keep in mind, you're supposed to capture the city,
Not destroyed, okay? Lord Cockermouth of the Imperial Knights,
since this is a city assault, he accepts that there's going to be some collateral caused by you guys, but he doesn't want you to go like burn the city down. This isn't a city siege. You're not sieging the city, you're just walking into the city and fighting your way to the keep.
There's no siege. There's no siege.
You can
try to bring a cannon if you want to, but
yeah, you're gonna have to build a character level 3 that can use a cannon.
good luck. And pitch it to me. Essentially, that's it.
Keep in mind you're gonna be moving forward, okay? You're at the vanguard, you're not standing still. You need to, if you want a cannon, you have to push it
Along. the city streets.
There are likely going to be lots of rubble and
Roadblocks in the way, so keep that in mind.
I don't know about starting gold yet.
Starting gold.
Unknown for now. Amount unknown.
For now, I'm going to be filling this in later. But yeah.
For now, I'm still building this level 0 mook.
Wait, hang on, what's the perception score of a grave robber? Let's see.
Perception 5, really?
Huh.
So I'm gonna want to give these guys a decent perception score.
Even if they're not good at it,
I'll give a perception of +2.
I think.
Oh, what I think is decent is actually relatively low for this.
The numbers in this game are a lot different. Yeah. Low is +2, so
+3 is low for a...
for a level 0 mook. In that case, let's increase it to +3. Why not? And you're going to bed? Oh, okay. Thanks for coming to our study session. Well, sweet dreams.
Hopefully, I'll have the basic gist.
All done. By the time I'm done today.
This is going really slowly.
I'm
scared.
I'm scared. Class.
Ability modifies creature, no.
Oh shit, more than one is freezing.
Assign tables to creatures that have clear weak points, for example.
Terrible reflex.
For level 0, that's high is 9, moderate is +6. And this is paired with...
yeah, okay. No, I just give them a false identified alibi. It's fine, it's fine. I have an idea of what the final boss is gonna be.
And for basic mooks, I'm going to just repurpose grave robbers as basic.
Bandits. At least human bandits. Adjust your creature HP, AC, and saves in tandem.
As great defenses, such creatures often result in frustrating fights.
Your HP.
As a theme.
Hit points.
In a moderate range, unless its theme strongly suggests should spellcasters, for example, have low hit points, which creatures usually have high.
Compensating with lower, weaker. Mission armor class. Yeah, extreme. AC and high HP too.
Okay, 16 to 14. As a level 0.
Well, level 1 is 21 to 19. Interesting.
I'll give it
14. Yeah, I just realized I forgot to check something. Size.
Can you check its size?
Elemental, some creatures typical. Any train. Yeah, treated guys such as dinosaurs.
Any point you realize during play you need to apply a train? Does size affect anything?
Let's check the archive. Size. Nothing.
Horrible.
Size King Minga. Size. Party size. Alignment, size, and traits. Game Mastery Guide. Unusual group sizes. Items and sizes. Features are different sizes. Move the space. Likewise, creature larger. Tiny creatures are exception. Core rulebook page 475.
Right, this just applying. So it doesn't look like there's any size modifiers to abilities.
Yes, as far as I can tell. Flanking. Can move through the space of a gargantuan creature. Small creature can move through a space of a huge creature. Okay. It'll be a little bit of...
Okay, we have a slight problem. If you're small, that means we have 1, 2, 3 small characters.
Because Cass is a sprite. And sprites are tiny.
Oh god, Sprite is tiny.
So yeah, puppets? What are puppets? Puppets are... Puppets are small. So yeah, you're a Leshy?
What's a Leshy?
Is that a creature type?
So yeah, Cass is tiny.
Puppets are small.
And you are going to be small as well.
You assholes. You guys are...
Leshy ancestry.
What? Another plant thing?
Small plant.
Okay, character guy.
God damn you guys, a vine Leshy.
Oh, okay.
Tiny sprite sorcerer. Small puppet.
Small vine Leshy shooter.
Don't know what class yet, but you're gonna be backline. God, you guys
are weirdos. What are you guys doing to me? I'm a first time DM. How do I deal with this?
Gunslinger? Okay, level 3 gunslinger.
I'll take it. We'll take it.
I'll let you know what kind of gun you can take
later. Uh, you guys are weird as fuck.
Got gunslinger, alchemist, and sorcerer. Okay,
This is what I have to say about playing with parties.
why does everyone play backline?
Look at this.
We have 3 backliners. All of you want to be bombarders.
None of you are like,
Oh, I think I want to be a tanky frontline. No, all of you are fucking.
like, yeah, all of you have just immediately go for backliners. What the fuck? Said fucking went out. I think the thread instead.
Well,
A forest spirit that's helping the Empire of the Hand take back a city.
you know the first area you're entering is going to be a overgrown area, right? It's overgrown with vines and trees and shit.
What the fuck? You have a tank character.
You're a tank character who
Refuses to fucking tank. Why? Why? You need to. Every time we fight, I have to be like, get up there, get up there. You're a big, strong fighter. Yeah. I have to keep
reminding you you're a tank.
What? You fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Okay. Small privileges. You know, I don't want you to be frontline.
Yeah. We have a party full of people who think they're backline snipers.
So it's really looking like Lucky has to be frontline.
And I'll let Mitchell know that.
I'm going to
Ping Mitchell right now. For Lucky, everyone is playing a backline sniper.
So up to you what class you're playing, but as of right now, Lucky is the only front line.
Not squishy. Front.
Liner. You motherfuckers.
I'm worried I'm gonna kill you.
Bye, motherfucker.
Actually, although looking at the everything that's
terrible
is 1, right?
Game mastery guide. Skills.
Yeah, level 0, everything that's terrible is 1.
This exercise is teaching me a lot about the power scaling of the game.
You can melee Sasha. Nah, it's up to you.
It's up to you. I'm just teasing you and raging about you guys.
It's fine, it's fine.
You swing your gun?
Technically, depending on what type of gun you go for, you can slap a bayonet on there. Or buttstock, so yeah, I suppose you can still build a gunslinger to be capable of meleeing.
How?
You can make a sorceress as tanky and Emily.
Okay, I guess don't force it. I guess just play whatever you want, and
And I leave you guys to work it out. Regeneration, immunities.
You've already done immunities and resistance and weaknesses.
Speed should be 25. It moves like a human. Beyond it, so speed to whatever makes sense.
Can even fly. Impervious tank.
I would say no. These things are slow.
So I'll give it a speed of 20. Strikes. Building a creature selection of strikes.
By attack bonus damage. This creature's only gonna have 2 attacks. Those combat creatures.
Fighter types. They usually have high damage.
Lower damage or vice versa instance. Having a poor system in other categories because they will have attack bonuses.
Fine. You want to make sure a creature has an unarmed attack everything is likely to get disarmed.
Strikes, attack bonus, and damage.
Fighter types have high.
Okay, so they're not fighter types.
But they are swarmy enemies, so
I'll give them moderate, I think.
for now. Proficiency strength. Ability strength, proficiency.
Plus
6. Wow, plus 6 for a level 0 mook? Huh.
That's a master, really? So what is considered high AC? Higher than this?
High AC is like
Something like 16 to 17 for a level 0 mook.
which is very strange.
Like,
If I were to go over here,
criminal. Basic level 1 grade rover. His AC is 17 at level 1. 18 HP. 25 foot.
shovel plus 6.
Bludgeoning.
Yeah. This is the stat line of a level 1 creature.
And I'm trying to create a level 0 creature.
So,
Oh wait, does this mean that this is
total? That's the total amount. Fuck. Hang on.
I need to make sure I'm not misreading.
This things. Right, so total of moderate is +6. So,
We should aim for +6.
huh. Damage type. Let's see, damage type. Strike damage. Categories creature, but the accuracy or high categories lower. Moderate.
And primary combat threat uses high damage. It's meant to be primarily a combat threat, uses. Inside they have an agile trait. Text melees actively use the moderate value or even low.
Which are meant to be highly damaging, uses extreme damage values. Custom spells meant primary. Two strikes. Moderate. Find damage expression. Parentheses.
Define damage expression at die roll plus. Modifier you can use as is, or you can take the damage present to build your own damage expression.
Take that number. Deals damage. 26 from flaming counts towards. Keep in mind, creature using weapon.
Alright, I'm gonna give them a
Moderate. (1d4) strength and scream
range.
proficient. Oops. Oops.
Oops.
Oops. Damn it. Oops. Oops. Low is +4. Well, let's give him a +4. 1d4. They're both bludgeoning. Prevent the attack to a certain degree. Also to appear healing. Alright. Spells.
Creatures with magical abilities represent spells you're making. Nah, these creatures don't know spells.
Spell DC. Yeah, this is.
You're not going to be casting spells.
Abilities. A number of abilities, diversity abilities. Respect action economy. More abilities. Improved grab. Invisible abilities, active abilities.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to give these guys AoE attacks.
They're all single target.
These are meant to be Mook swarm enemies.
So, yeah. And if you're coming from D&D 3.5, these numbers might look high. for a level 0 Mook Swarm enemy. But these are actually low. Exceedingly low.
Especially with this stat line. Apparently, numbers in Pathfinder are
fairly high. Can be non-lethal. Alright, this is I think that's it.
They're not gonna have anything else
Unique about them.
I think that's it for the exercise. I'm only not sure about this.
Coming from D&D, I'm used to Mook creatures having low ability modifiers, but according to this, ability modifiers, creatures use high. A creature has bad ability, it can go as low as -5. Animals. Creatures.
Yeah, high. Creature just about all creatures have at least one high value, they say.
Most combat-focused creatures have high AC and either high attack bonus and high damage, or a merely moderate attack bonus but extreme damage.
So according to this guide, every creature has a high value.
Which means, even though this is a random Mook, every creature has to at least 1 plus 3. And 1. And moderate is going to fill out. Use moderate often. I've kind of ignored that though, and
given high strength,
decent con, and then everything else is just there.
Or should I flip this? Should I flip
strength and con? Decisions. You think your level 3 guy might seem easy to build? Yeah.
Numbers are really high in Pathfinder.
This is gonna take a lot of getting used to. I'm a bit worried about creating enemies that are too powerful based off of my experience with D&D and normal Pathfinder, but
apparently this is normal for Pathfinder 2 for a level 0 monster.
I change this to expert. They have immunity to a bunch of things because they're constructs, but that's expected.
Resistance 3 to pierce and fire, weakness 3 to bludgeoning and cold.
I think that's good enough. I'm gonna have Cannon take a look at this and see what he thinks. The stat line for a level 0 mook.
To go up against the player party. These are meant to be swarm enemies. They
are meant to be only strong if they successfully swarm you guys. The part that I'm most worried about, chat. Balance. You do not need to eat, you do photosynthesis. I mean, you are a plant creature. It does make sense. Does that mean you never eat anyone? Meat at all? Can you be a carnivorous, Leshy? No. These numbers are like 4 times higher than D&D. Yeah. It's gonna take a lot getting used to policy. EDK master. Yeah, disgusting. Disgusting! Dead rotting corpses are piece of yeah. Blech. Blech. You think shit is a fertilizer? Yeah, it is. Most common fertilizer.
Oh my god, look at this. An AoE unlimited use area damage is considered to be 1d6 at level 0.
What? Well, the abilities that deal area damage, these numbers are based on 2 action activity.
So yeah, level 0 will have a 2 action AoE damage that does 1d6.
What the fuck? I'm not gonna give this to a swarm enemy though, so yeah, fuck that shit. Defensive abilities, reactive. Reaction.
Doesn't have attack of opportunity because he has big oof. Oozes. Looks like they have reactions, but they're not just for this reason. Yeah, they're not really intelligent.
Time to look at a complete creature as a whole, make sure they out their concept. Can you do everything I wanted if in its tenor role?
I don't know.
I've never played this before, I don't know. Air, angel, animal, archon, beast, celestial, devil, dragon.
It's construct. I think that's the only trait it has though.
Earth. Elemental, no. Ethereal, no. Fey, no. Fungus, no. Humanite, no. Ooze, no. Plant, no. Protein, no. Psychopomp, no. Spirit, no. Swarm. No, I'm not building that kind of swarm. Undead, no.
Yep.
Bottling up sunlight is a thing, but costs 10 times more than standard rations.
I don't foresee you guys going without sunlight unless it's raining or stuff like that. You will be camping most likely inside buildings, but I guess you can
sleep next to a window or something. Fighter. They don't have classes, so I'm not gonna give them classes. Wasn't there a page that detailed things like soldier and stuff? Get back here. Yeah, here. Baseline brute. They're not brutes. They're not skirmishers. They're not magical strikers. Not soldiers.
You're meant to be mooks. Why is there no?
Why is there no template for a fucking mook? I think that's the only thing missing from all this. Stat line for mooks. Yeah, fine. You want to just stick to the side wall? You mean, do you have a climb speed? I have no clue. I haven't looked yet at your race that closely.
You know what? I'm not gonna think about it anymore.
I'm not gonna think about it anymore. We're done. This is done. Let me look up basic grave robber.
Grave robber NPC. I'm probably gonna use the grave robber NPC as the
Generic gangster you encounter.
not bandit. Bandit is actually pretty damn powerful.
So yeah, grave robber. Just basic this.
And maybe substitute Alchemical Bomb with some
Throwing knives or any kind of spear, things like that.
But then a shovel. I'm gonna might replace it with a basic.
Simple weapon, but we'll see. God, look at how much stuff this level 1 creature has. What the fuck?
They really give you guys a lot of power in this.
Let me check the core rulebook for equipment weapons. I'm not going to start out the basic gangster yet. I'm just going to see what basic stuff is available. Under simple weapons, club will be probably a basic weapon. Club, sickle, spears, staff, things like those. Daggers. Right, that's done with starting out the basic MOOC. Now back to the game mastery guide. Now that I've run this exercise, back here. Environments, hazard, difficulty classes, we don't need to look at that for now. You're cute, you know that much. You can be a cute plant.
Well, you're gonna be Vine, right? Like you're gonna be.
Hey, are you gonna be a?
Don't be a fucking cactus, please.
If you're gonna be round, don't be a fucking cactus. Cactuses are hazards. You're a fucking hazard, I say.
Peace engage sessions, spending downtime.
Session 0.
We are gonna do a session 0, but probably not this week.
I still need to figure out some stuff. I'll let you guys know though.
I need to look up hero points.
Right. Hero points. Hero points are granted and used per session. You got 1 hero point to each player. More hero points during the game.
You can spend 1 hero point for a reroll. You can spend all the hero points to recover when you're dead.
1 hero point.
During each hour of the play session after the first. More over the top game of your group is up against incredible odds.
Give them all fast rate.
Interesting. Brave last stands. Using
Look for these moments. They don't celebrate, so sit back in awe.
I'm probably gonna assign hero points for playing to your character.
More often than not. Based on level. Or 7-6.
Player can spend a hero point to reroll, so you roll
Garbage you can reroll with a hero point. 4, 6, 7. Use more than 1 hero point. Spend all your hero points to avoid death. Interesting.
You can save your hero points in case you go down.
Right, I need to check the difficulty classes. There's a level, use table, 10-5.
So the defined subject is this corresponding.
Whenever I spell,
Obstacles.
adjusting difficulty. Incredibly easy, hard, easy adjustments. Right, so
Based on the level of who you're talking to, like you're trying to convince someone, this
it's the basic DC. Oh, this should be determined by the level of the enemy here. Probably what I'm gonna do.
Alright.
What else do I need to see? Betraying NPC. NPC limitations, betrayal. Harmful, hurtful.
Alcohol abuse. Former current slave. The true of you as a GM don't have the same life experience.
Fuck this shit! Fuck off! I don't care.
Fucking life experience. Anything is fair game. I don't fucking care.
As long as the people I'm playing with are okay with it.
And I know for a fact that the people I'm playing with are okay with it.
Upper end. Satisfying end.
I already know what the end is gonna be.
Looking up rules.
And you need to, for something isn't too bad, but you just make a ruling on the spot and move on.
Significant, rules dependent.
So you're setting a full chunk.
Train players to look things up in advance.
Mining, yeah, no.
I'm not gonna bother with this. Complex rules.
Yeah, this is just basic shit.
Initiative. Call a roll as soon as one participant intends to attack.
But I will tell you if the character intends to start a conflict, you determine when their actions you see other creatures initiate combat. Might stumble across one another. In the case, there's not much time to decide. You should still ask if anyone intends to attack. There's no reason to rush the initiative drop our combat immediately.
Okay. Stealth. Anyone avoiding notice should attempt a stealth check. Option to roll perception instead. Someone's undetected. You see, so if you do, someone rolls better when all enemies are notice. No, someone around can start moving about. Seeking. Ban actions. Sneak past each other entirely. Match initiative.
I don't make the same initiative for simplicity.
For all of them. That's fine. Placing characters on map. Inappropriate skills.
We're just gonna play this by ear. With regards to what skill to end up using for initiative. By default, perception is the basic, but
I'm going to roll different skills I use as initiative, depending on what happens. NPCs put effort into getting advantages against their foes. Avoid payoff. Penalties. Use some mechanical tools to emphasize that.
special bonus.
Define rules including players whether they can get a bonus for doing something. Interesting, surprising, novel. +1 or +2. Try using our bonuses a lot more often than our penalties.
This environment terrain quite applicable disadvantages, okay. Aid.
Need an ally. Going to encourage. Dominated aid needs to be in proper position. Put limits on. Seek. Sense motive. Target's body language. I need to determine when the situation changes. Trying to sense motive again.
What is the skill for sense motive?
Skills. Stealth, performance, occultism, medicine, intimidation, deception.
I'm not seeing a sense motive anywhere. How do you...
sense motive someone?
Is it...
acrobatics, athletics, crafting.
Deception, intimidation, lore, medicine, nature, occultism, performance, society.
Still survival? No.
I'm not seeing intimidation, lore? What the hell is the counter for sense motive?
Critical success.
Try to sense motive again.
Your energy tries to sense motive. Wait, where?
Where is the sense motive action?
It's not in the skill list.
Is there a skill called sense motive?
No.
And what is the sense motive action?
Need spells. Playing the game. General rules, making choices, checks. Roll a d20. Checks difficulty class. Proficiency. Specific checks.
Attack roll.
Armor class. Afflictions, counter-attacking, movement perception.
Measurability, wear environment.
With proficiency, other bonuses, penalties. Perception for initiative. Basic saving throw, skill checks.
Hang on, what the fuck is sense motive?
I'm not seeing an entry anywhere.
It's only mentioned in the game mastery guide?
Huh?
Wait, sense motive, concentrate, secret, core rulebook.
Page 471.
Encounter mode.
What the fuck is this? What page is this?
Basic actions. Why the hell is sense motive here?
What the fuck? Aid. Crawl. Interact. Leap. Ready. Release. Sense motive. You try to tell a creature's behavior is abnormal. Choose one creature. Says it. Sign attempts a single perception check. Easy or the spell affecting creature's mind. And try sense motive of same creature again. Critical success.
Result to the deception DC of the creature.
Interesting. Deception DC. How does one determine the deception DC? If we use our example creature.
about DC?
Signs of nervousness. Trying critical success. Until what a good creature. Such a creature wants you to believe. Interesting.
Deception DC,
And if I reference the where's the difficulty? Skills, levels, ability modifiers. Wait, the deception DCs are here, aren't they? Yeah. Adjusting difficulty.
These by level 14.
Okay, they give you money so you can get a gun.
Okay, let me
Look up typical starting equipment.
I don't know if this
guide has starting equipment by level. Make the call. Saying yes for
blah blah blah.
idea farm. Rarity in your game.
I need to know how much
gold you guys would start with. Power level, abilities, recurring villains. Core rulebook explains 3 types of concrete rewards.
treasure bedrock.
Treasure. Look floor treasure campaign. Average your campaign. Core items.
Starting campaign. No, you inform player where first they should. Show options for character building.
Starting a high level. Starting high level, choose one shot or short campaign. Character wealth and
Page for core rulebook indicates how much currency.
next campaign.
Alright, it's in the core rulebook.
That's nice if they were to give me that. Rewards, treasure, high level.
This is party treasure.
I know this treasure that you should have. Treasure for new characters. character will.
Second, first, currency 25 GP, lump sum.
What?
What? Hang on.
Hang on, let me.
When your new campaign starter, new player chances in current players dies, new one, your campaign will have
Table 10 take carable on the next page.
how many common permanent items of various levels of PC?
The position in addition to currency.
What is a baseline item? The player wants armor, weapon, property, runes he must buy. And for armor, weapon, made precious material, these values for the PC are starting out. Given level, the PC is joining a party.
Character additional level of your party has treasured debt. You might need to get new character, less value. Item selection.
Okay, it has this. Lump sum, 75 GP. You can have second and first.
What the hell does that mean? Okay, hang on. I need to
go back to look at the second and first.
Table 10. EXP treasure. Treasure by level.
Provides and bringing down total permanent items. PC keeps use long time consumables,
including coins, gems. Party approximate.
When assigning first, your best options are armor, weapons, other gear.
Treasure listed below. Enroll. Features in Pathfinder picture treasure gain by defeating the individual creature. Currency. Advancement speeds. Story based leveling. Yeah, I'm going to do story based.
Okay.
So, based on this table,
at third level, you will have access to 1 second level item and 2 first level items, permanent. And you'll have leftover 25 GP. Exactly what these items are, I don't know, but this is what you have to play with. You're gonna have to look up common, first level, what denotes first level and what denotes second level.
On your own, at least for now. I'm gonna try to look it up as well. Equipment item level. Each item has an item level. Simple items for low, easy to construct.
Items level unlisted is level 0. Characters can use items of any level. Just keep in mind, a lot of characters access items far across the current level may negatively impact the game.
Alright. So typically a
item level of 1 would be enchanted armor
based on this. first level. Single item. -1.
One armor, puppy rooms, you must buy the room separately.
Character additional here. Uncommon rare items with a backstory.
For table 10.9,
Trash party levels and provide items slightly higher.
we're considering giving party a rune stone with fortification and trouble finding armor in recent adventure.
I give them add plus and shadow rune. Treasure by level. Oh, this is difficult. Oh, I'm worried about this. All this bookkeeping.
Your best armor weapon for chapter 6.
Or 10 and 20 GP.
Where the fuck is chapter 6?
Is it the equipment section? Yeah.
Oh, I see. Some heavy armor is considered
Level 1 or above. Okay.
If that's armor, does it also apply to shields? Does some shields also have higher level? No.
Not for shields. Weapons? I pick katana, crossbow bolts.
Weapons appear to be fairly common. Or at least they're all level 0s. Think you have a mount and equip the gunner saddle?
Use a cannon as a level.
What?
Are you going to seriously have a mount with a cannon on it? Seriously? Seriously? Are you going to be a fucking tank? Are you gonna be a tank? It's funny though. I mean, if you want to be a tank and you have to stay on the saddle in order to use your weapon, that sounds interesting if you can balance it out within the stuff that you have at level 3. Literally infantry support vehicle.
What's a Bradley? Infantry Bradley fighting vehicle, yeah.
Infantry support vehicle. Yeah. Since you're on the topic of guns, let me go to the gun firearms section
and see what I'm willing to give you.
With regards to weapons,
It looks like guns are already fairly balanced.
Yeah,
They have level 1 adjustments for
specific weapons.
when nature fights back. Boom!
You wanna try? Go, you can go ahead.
I think it might be fun.
It's entirely up to you.
Siege weapons.
You're asking for a cannon. Bombard.
Applying a large size of both body usually made of brass and iron.
That's the bombard.
Or a cannon.
Uh, Beals Mouse Cannon. I drink now, these are all way too expensive. Mortar.
Not sure you can pull off level 3. How much gold did I say you were gonna have?
At level 3. Item. Watcher is item 4.
Cannon is item 8. Bombard is item 5.
Shit. Shit. I'm sorry, I don't think I can give this to you. Yeah, these item levels, now that I know how to read them, they're a lot easier to read. Is there anything you can do to aid you along?
The closest thing you can get to a
Cannon.
hammer gun?
Smashing and shooting.
Ah, it's just a gun with a hammer on it.
Oh yeah. Combination weapons. You might just have to settle for a hand cannon. Over a musket.
Dwarven scattergun.
Harmona gun. Europa Monsantos. Large bore, long gun that fires a heavy, slow moving round.
Give you some little buzzing sound.
The harmonic gun does appear to be the largest gun, doesn't it? Largest single shotgun.
Keep in mind you're small though, so if you want to do 1d10, you're gonna have to upsize yourself.
To will larger weapons or
You need to take a size penalty. What's the sizing penalty? Is there a size? Open the categories? Decreasing die size, yeah, you're gonna have to.
If you use it a D10 as a small,
You need to.
you need to go down to D8.
Unless you.
Figure out a way to wield a medium-sized weapon. No, you can't use less power because you're small.
You are small, too bad.
Too bad. You want to do D10? You need to somehow become larger.
I believe there is an easy way to become larger. There's a feat for it, isn't it? Is there a general feat for wielding weapons that are one size larger?
Or anything in your class that allows you to wield one size larger. I'm training type of armor, press control, step.
I know Barbarian has a rage type that increases your size.
Assurance. Can't fall. More skills. Occultism, performance. Survival theory. Let me see if there's anything in Gunslinger that would help you. Gunslinger ways. Slingers reload. Siege breaker. We have the Vanguard.
You could run a repeating crossbow.
But that's not a gun. Yeah, it's up to you what you want to be. Entirely up to you.
Artillerist.
Serving siege crew. Interestingly enough, you can take artilleries much faster than your ability to buy an artillery piece. I guess technically you have to work with a party to gain access to such a treasure, but yeah.
Yeah, it's entirely up to you. You get to decide what type of weapon you want, assuming it's within the treasure list that you would get. 1 second level item and 2 level 1 items.
Whatever you want. Within
That list.
Thank you everyone. Cheers. I'm just dehydrated. At least you don't have to worry about bullets because you make your own. What, the crossbow? It's up to you.
Guns? You can make your own.
Gun ammo? Really? How? You're a plant. How would you make your own gun ammo? Gunsmith.
Ah, you're teen gunsmith.
And alchemical crafting. Makes sense. You don't have a mount. So you're gonna go with the harmonica gun and the mounted saddle so you can control the kickback. Extra powerful, difficult to use. 1 additional damage for all attacks. Kickback weapons give -2 penalty to attack roll, but characters with 14 strength or more ignore the attack penalty.
Oh, if you have 14 strength or more, then you can ignore the penalty. Attaching it to a stabilizer can lower or negate the penalty.
You might.
Fucking infantry fighting vehicle.
Oh,
What kind of party are we gonna have? Mounted gunslinger.
infantry fighting vehicle. Canada is gonna be bomb crazy no matter what. What kind of fucking campaign am I running?
I know I'm crazy, but that doesn't mean you guys
Need to be crazy too. Hmm. 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 How much? 75 GP. Yeah.
either 75 GP if no items.
Hmm. Alright. Um. Are you telling your pledge? What pledge? What? Pledge? Where? What are you looking for? Pledge? Pledge where? What's going on?
Wait, pledge where?
What are you looking at?
By the way, if you want to, you can hop into my bed, I believe.
Shouldn't you? Shouldn't you have the ability to hop into my bed?
Oh wait, you don't.
Okay, hang on.
Hang on a second.
You know what? You know what?
You know what? There you go. Okay, you have the ability to hop in my bed.
Whenever you want to. Now you do. Get yourself in here if you want to be here.
Hello.
Hi.
Please determine my pledge so I have an animal.
Oh, what?
Is it?
Animal companion? Where are you seeing that? Give me a page number in a book.
Page 214. I can pick one of those mounts.
214 core rulebook.
Yes.
Right.
And I need to determine your pledge.
Yes. You can choose from animal companions with the mount special ability as well as any additional options from your pledge as determined by your GM.
Movement faster, familiar.
Amphibious power.
Archetypes. Oh. And under animal companions that have the mount ability pledge. Where am I supposed to determine your pledge?
Here's the fun part. I don't know. I don't even know what a pledge is.
Where are you seeing the rules determining what mount you can grab?
It's a feat I have, I believe, called Cavalier Dedication.
Cavalier dedication.
Which
It's a
archetype
feat.
is
Yeah,
it?
it is a feat.
It's
It's an archetype feat. Which book does it come from?
Hold on. I'll find that out for you real
yeah.
quick.
Quote me the book and the page.
And I can read it. Because more than likely Cavalier is you're going to be telling me what I need to know with regards to your pledge.
Is it?
Is the Cavalier a Cavalier Advanced Player's Guide?
PRG2APG. Yes.
Advanced Player's Guide, yeah.
Yeah, I've just found it. Okay, Cavalier, this is a multi-class archetype. There is no base class. This is slapped onto a different class. Serves as your mount. You and your mount are on a parallel team, moving shared intent, powerful force on the battlefield. You might wield a banner in the name of your organization.
Prestige.
Prerequisites: change in nature or society. You're gonna be trained in nature.
Yes.
Young animal companion associated with choose animal.
Any additional options is determined from your pledge. Choose an animal companion that's at least one size larger than you.
I'm small, so my animal companion will be medium, but the stats do not change. It just becomes bigger.
Yeah.
But I might give you an adjustment to the animal companion stats just in case. if we need to give it the ability to act as a mount. Determine Cavalier pledges. Many Cavaliers pledge themselves to serve a specific organization or individual, such as Noble Family, Order of Ideal, Upholds Edict. Pledge to Druid's Animal Order will be tied to that anathema. To a Church of Abada will be held the same status. To an entity or cause without a stated anathema should work with DM. Pledge enough to gain access. Okay, so seeing as you're a plant creature,
Yes.
you could try to look through the druid animal orders to see if there's any animal order you want to pledge to. Alternatively, if you can't find anything in the druid list, we can come up with one for you. Basically, anything druid order, animal, leaf. I think teaching sustainable. You train diplomacy, also gain Leshi familiar. But you are the Lechi. Yeah, read through the druidic orders and pick one since you're plant, unless you want to go beyond the druidic orders and see if you want to pledge to something else.
Druidic orders, okay.
And will determine your stats. Yeah, animal companion stats.
I technically already have a rough idea of what I want to give you.
But let's see.
I don't mind if you just give me something.
Yeah, I'm with regards to the mount, I'm thinking of a mount I can give you, but I need you to decide your own pledge.
Oh, I have to decide that?
Oh,
You
well,
don't?
the pledge is your character building stuff. You are Leshi, right? What druidic order do you see yourself pledging yourself to? You have anathemas, which is basically things you must never do or allow. Think about what your character wants. That's determined by you.
Not me.
Right.
The mount can be determined by me, but I can figure out a mount once we know.
What your once your pledge
How do I see the mount? Right, here's special mount. There is only one creature I'm seeing with the mount special ability, which is horse. But do you want to just have a boring horse or something else? I'll try to see what else is available.
I believe maybe the druid order ones from Anathema would most likely fit, because creatures like me are most commonly created by druids.
Yeah, so
Which
um which druidic order you want to join?
there are multiple druidic orders, at least in the base
Okay.
book. Animal,
Oh, the
leaf,
base book.
Yeah.
the core book. Animal, leaf, storm, wild. There might be expanded druidic orders elsewhere. Let me see.
Where would I find the druidic
Uh,
orders under ancestries?
Well,
No, the core
No.
rulebook has druidic orders,
like
class
In the druid
features,
class.
druidic orders, and then in the section you see animal, leaf,
scroll down some more.
storm, wild. Those are the 4 core druidic orders. Let me see if there's more you can choose from.
Hmm. Hmm. Druidic orders.
Yeah, I only see 2.
What do you see?
Animal and leaf.
You have to scroll down a bit to get to storm and wild.
It's
Oh,
at the
I see.
bottom of the table. Yeah.
Okay. In addition to those, there are 3 other orders in the Secrets of Magic book.
Oh.
Page 198 in Secrets of Magic.
Hmm. Let me see. Secret of Magic is one of the core books. Right, elementalism.
Druidic orders that are elementalist rather than specifically nature.
So yeah, choose an order based off of
Core druidic orders or the additional druidic orders from Secrets of Magic under core. Page 199.
Mhm.
The stone order sounds relatively good because, well, I'm a vine. However, I don't think I'm gonna be good friends with dwarves. Are there a lot of dwarves?
We do not have a single dwarven party member. You are likely to encounter dwarves during the quest.
But
Yeah. Well, as long as they're not doing their usual hollow out a mountain for goods type thing, then I think we'll be okay.
I'll need to be doing other stuff, but it's fine.
Let me see. So you're interested in stone?
Let me see.
Okay, actually, I think they're alright. It says this doesn't prevent you from responsibly digging or mining. So I think as long as they know what they're doing.
Poisoning and polluting the land and heedlessly carving the other planet's natural resources are anathema to your order.
Yeah, more it will be more like strip mining
and stuff like that.
Because my pick was between leave, wild sounds fun, but I don't think it's quite something I would do. Storm or stone.
Leave, storm, or stone.
Note that this order that we're picking, it's not going to give you anything other than your anathema. You're not getting any of the abilities.
Because you're picking the order due to the Cavalier archetype,
and the Cavalier archetype only requires the order for the purposes of you can choose animal companion as well as any other additional options from your pledge. Right, if your pledge grants you different animal companions, then you can choose those. I think that's what I'm reading, but other than that, you don't get anything else from your pledge other than the anathema.
Because leaf, well, are my kind. Storm, it would be fun to fly around and shoot people from the sky. And well, stone is like just kind of chill, I guess. I just hug stones. I think I might choose stone.
Stone?
Laying on the stone and having a sunbathe is very nice.
Alright.
If you're
sunbathing on a rock, I think I'm gonna go with that.
If that's gonna be your... You're going for stone, huh?
Yeah.
What mount do I give you?
It's like, give me a rhino and I'll strap a ship's cannon to it. Easy.
No, I'm not giving you a fucking rhino.
Let's see, let me double check.
Stone.
Take comfort in steadfast present, both natural and work. Studying stone feet, druid feet, you can crushing ground.
Messing or polluting the land. Carving the planet's natural resources.
Okay, let me see what kind of
mount I can give you.
What type of animal is this?
Nah, this wouldn't fit.
Damn, this would fit if you were storm or wild but not stone.
Fuck.
Other than our ferry, can anyone else fly?
I think sprites can fly.
Cass is gonna be able to fly.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh yeah, Sprite, not ferry.
mhm. Let me see.
There's
here.
no like great options on stone. I don't mind switching to.
No. Don't worry about it.
So I think maybe like a bear is stone. I'd have to assume.
Hmm?
What was that?
I think maybe like a bear is stone.
Bear is really powerful.
I don't think I want to give you a bear.
You don't want to give me a bear? Boo. You don't want your little leaf player feeling safe on his mount.
Give me a second.
I'm thinking.
Uh,
I'm just a small helpless leaf.
I'm comparing.
Classes. I need to give you something that would mainly function as a mount.
Not as a.
Fucking combat.
I need an attack torpedo.
You're shooting from horseback.
You're not gonna give you.
But if someone comes close, like, well, I don't think I can fight that well close.
Let me see. What?
Okay, I'm gonna use the horse as the. As the base.
The horse is a.
Mount 40-foot movement speed.
Low light vision scent.
8 hit points only.
Wow.
Hoof agile. D6 bludgeoning damage.
How am I supposed to mount a snake?
You don't. You're not getting a fucking snake mount.
What's a dromaeosaur? Is that like a dinosaur?
Some kind of dinosaur.
Please give me a dinosaur.
You want a fucking dinosaur? Nice.
Riding pony.
5 feet hoof.
Medium animal.
Riding horse.
I don't see the mount special trait in all of these horses, even though they're supposed to be mounts.
Wow, you would give me just a lame old horse.
No, I'm not going to give you a lame horse. I'm trying to use the horse as the base for it.
A boar is weaker than a bear, no?
Why does the creature label horse in the core rulebook have different stats than the creature label riding pony in the bestiary?
Well, what I'm getting is an animal companion. Are their stats supposed to be the same as a
It
I
makes
guess the common beast.
It makes things harder to balance.
I don't know which one to fucking chain
Use that small you can.
animal larger.
A capybara is a thing.
It's not in the bestiary.
It is an animal companion.
Rat transform.
Um,
Gonna give me a rat.
what book gave you capybara as an animal companion? Because it's not in the car.
I'm gonna have a look at that. Let me find it for you.
Uh,
I'm using a little tool that just kind of gives me stuff for character building, where all things are in one place.
Archives of Noctis. Is that it?
Hello, Mitchell.
The other Mitchell, welcome.
We're doing okay. We're knee deep in.
Notes and study session and stuff.
I'm trying to
Yes.
work with White Jackal.
A.K.A. Panzer. I know, that's the other voice. We're trying to
Hello.
build him a character.
Archives of Nethys. Yeah, that's where it is.
Yeah, but which book does capybara come from?
Grand Bazaar.
Really? What page?
Yes,
Uh,
54.
um,
It has a grand total of 6 hit points.
I'll probably give it more just so it doesn't get one shot and immediately die.
It does 1d6 bludgeoning.
Hmm. Where it's Lost Omens. Grand Bazaar is Lost Omens. Oh wait, it's here. Okay. What was the page again?
54.
34.
Animal companion, capybara,
Or small.
head, melee hit, agile, d6 bludgeoning damage. That is 1d6, 8 hit points.
Survival low light.
Scent. Speed is 30 feet, swim is 15 feet. What does the bestiary say about rats? Giant rat. Perception plus 5. Hit points is 8. Speed 30, climb 10.
Eh?
I'm reading.
Give me a second.
No. Go ahead. I
Uh,
found something funny.
Okay, so you need your animal companion to be medium size, right?
Yes.
Alright.
Before you determine all that,
Hmm?
have a read It's also in the Grand Bazaar book, page 72.
72.
This is a medium.
Minotaur chair, right? Amphibious chair?
This is a median.
Leg chair.
Leg chair. Your companion is a strange creature into a chair with bestial legs.
Uh, yeah, fuck that.
Okay. We are going to
Sentient chair.
we are going to give you the stats of
Creature -1.
Bazaar.
$54.
Okay, yeah, we're going to design you a new creature based off of the capybara stats.
Okay.
Since you're stone. Okay. Take the hang on. How do these creatures fight?
Okay, yeah.
Take the stats of the capybara. Give it HP 8.
Oh, wait.
Hmm?
I think it might possibly scale with my level because when I added the capybara, its total HP is 33.
What?
Yes.
Let me see.
Damn, I don't think you might want to edit anything. The capybara is actually... Its damage turns to +7 head agile, damage 1d6 +2 bludgeoning.
And you got this by entering your level into what?
The Archives of Nethys.
Level into what?
And this automatic calculate. This was calculated for you based on what site were you using? Was it Archives?
I'm using Wanderer's Guide.
Wanderer's Guide. Alright.
Animal companion has enters hit points from its type. Plus another hit points equal to 6 plus its constitution modifier for each level you have.
Oh!
So your animal companions do level up. It's just that 6 is the base.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I don't think you need to edit anything.
I do want to edit something though.
Sure.
Rather than a headbutt, well, how much was the damage?
+7 melee
1d6.
and the head agile. Oh, the damage is 1d6 +2 bludgeoning.
Bludgeoning.
Okay, if you can change it to piercing, and rather than head, it's a bite attack. Can you change that?
I can't change it on this side, no, but I can just say it.
Yeah,
guess.
okay.
Yeah, piercing bite attack. Does it say how much AC it has?
Yeah, 18.
18. Alright.
We'll stick with that. And it says with swim fit 15, right?
Yep.
That doesn't fit you because you're off the stone.
So rather than 15 swim feet, we're giving you a 10 borrow speed. And it's a wombat.
Yeah, a wombat. Congratulations, your mouth is a wombat.
A medium-sized wombat.
It's a wombat now?
Yep. That's my final decision.
I don't get a capybara.
Capybara swim.
You need something that
do
burrows and
swim.
wombats.
Wombats burrow.
Okay, then I get a 10 feet burrow speed instead.
Hmm.
This fits.
With your character. Wombat. You know what wombats look like? They're adorable.
I do, they're meh.
What? If you really want a capybara, I can give you a capybara.
It's fine. We can edit the stats a bit. I just thought it'd be funny to have a capybara. I'll settle for what you get. If you want to change my mount, go ahead, it's fine.
Nah, it's your character. I don't want to be like,
I'm giving mere suggestions.
I don't want to be
Trying
like,
not to min-max here.
Yeah, but I don't want to be like tell you what kind of character to make, you know?
My character's pretty chill. I don't mind what the mount is. It doesn't have that much to do. I'll consider it a friend I made along the way.
Yeah, I leave it up to you.
I'm posing. Okay,
Take it like this.
I'm posing the wombat to you.
It's up to you whether or not you want to go.
For wombat or
Okay.
capybara.
Because I'm trying to look for wombat.
It doesn't exist.
That's why we
It
had
doesn't
to.
exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not an animal companion.
Yeah, so that's why we had to make our own.
Oh, how funny would it be if you see a huge flying moth or beetle with a leaf on it, shooting guns from the sky?
Then you'll be a gunship rather than an.
Fighting vehicle. Okay, yeah, I'll leave it up to you.
If you want the capybara, then it has the headbutt and the swim speed. If you want a wombat, then it has the bite and the borrow speed.
To match.
If it's up to
And
you
it
now, you match the
seems
stone
I
thing.
can choose something here. It's under no, I don't think it's under support, is it? Something with young, mature, nimble, savage, indomitable, or unseen. Animal companion and familiars. It's in the core rule book.
Yeah.
Chapter 3 class.
Hang on.
I don't know how. I know more companions are determined.
I don't know either.
What were the abilities you wanted?
Well, the abilities that I can have is
Yeah.
young, mature, nimble, savage, indomitable, and unseen. Can I just pick one, or
Hang on.
I promise I won't go savage.
Hang on.
What do you gain?
wait, never mind. This determines the whole damn capybara. What?
What?
Huh?
Huh?
The stats I gave you were of a young capybara.
Uh,
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 how is mature capybara different?
so the young one, okay, let me see what the difference is. The mature one has a slight bump in stats. So the strength goes from 2 to 3, dex goes from 3 to 4, and con goes up by 1 as well, and so does wisdom. The HP goes up to 36. A couple of its skills go up by a few as well. It gets a +1 on the melee attack, and the damage goes up from a +2 to a +3.
Hmm.
It gets low light vision and scent. 30 feet.
indomitable, nimble.
Uh,
Okay, nimble companion gets it.
yes.
Advanced or mature.
Huh?
How do you?
How the hell do you advance an animal companion?
Oh, is that a thing I have to do while in game?
I don't.
No! Hang on.
Uh.
Uh,
DM help.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Feat such an incredible companion allows ways to advance.
It's a feat?
It's a feat in core.
So I need the feet to be able to increase it. Is that right?
Let's see here.
General skills,
Crafting, deception, intimidation, lore.
nature,
Bonded, religion, stealth, survival, thievery.
hang on, where the hell is incredible?
Companion. Automatic knowledge. Acrobatic. Arcana. It's not in athletics. Deception. Diplomacy. Lasting coercion. Lore skills.
No.
Performance. Sign language. Stealth. Survival. Legendary thief.
Wait, hang on. 214 incredible companion.
Riding.
Size 1 size, carrying a rider speed.
Wait, come on.
And can't move or support you at the same turn. To advance a young
Wisdom.
proficiency rank, increase proficiency.
It gains.
If your companion dies, it's a base statistic for the first companion most characters get. Depending on the type of the companion, at the same level as you do. As you gain levels, you might make further adjustments to your companion.
proficiencies.
To advance an animal to a mature animal companion, usually as a result of one of your class feat choices.
Right, so
Advancing the animal companion to mature in any of these nimble, savage, and stuff is based on the feat. It doesn't happen automatically. You gain only the
I see.
base young stats, and then
And then at some point it matures.
I'm not sure.
yeah, like for example, if you look at the Cavalier feat 4, your mount grows up.
And becomes mature.
Ah,
So, yeah. You cannot slash a dedication fee.
For the purposes of ignoring penalties, we'll say that your capybara or wombat has the mount special ability.
Just so that special animals amount unique to you.
Alright,
Is there anything else we need?
oh yeah, and if it goes to mature, the size goes to a medium.
Yeah.
So it'll just be medium already.
you must at least, but your animal companion must start out one size larger than you, so
Yeah.
this young whatever mount you're going for is going to be medium, and then if it matures it's going to become large.
It's a big boy capybara.
mm,
And yes, I can in fact just decide to chill on the side of a wall. I can climb.
so you have a climb speed. Wow.
I don't see a climb speed. However, it does say unmatched skill at climbing. You do not need to have any hands free to climb. Additionally, if you roll a success on an athletics check to climb, you get a critical success instead.
Ah.
Whatever that means.
So it means is you just get bonuses to climb.
Right. Is there anything else?
I don't think so. The only thing you needed to determine was my pledge.
Yeah, we
Went for stone.
have your animal companion.
What was my mount special ability again? Would that be the support thing from
Yeah.
Capybara?
The capybara sees you in battle, you gain the second step bonus.
And your next will to strike a fall within your capybara's reach.
Yeah, that's the assist, but you're gonna have to look up the rules of mounted combat.
I'm not going to do it right now. You study how mounted combat works.
Assume that your capybara has the mount trait.
Ugh.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm?
Or I actually don't think it does. 'Cause-
What?
So you're saying I cannot just mount it because it's one size larger? It has to have a mount trait?
Well, normally your class requires you to select an animal that has the mount trait, but I'm for the purposes of just making this more fun, I'm saying you can give your capybara the mount trait.
Just, yeah.
Because I'm having a look at the horse here and it does. Special mount. While
Mhm.
carrying a rider, your horse can use more than its. Oh, okay, no, that's just a horse thing.
special mount.
The special mount is it's a trait that is just used to determine what your mount can do in mounted combat. There are specific rules for mounted combat,
And
without a mount, there are certain penalties applied, but I'm giving your capybara the mount trait so that it ignores those penalties, so you're gonna have to look up mounted combat to see what those penalties are,
and
what your mount can do.
if you wanted to do mounted combat, you're gonna have to learn how to do mounted combat.
Yeah.
It's an additional rule.
That you have to track in addition to normal rules.
Let me see, what page of the DMV is mounted combat?
Okay, yeah, I guess it does come with the mount feature, because it says you gain a young animal companion that serves as your mount. So anything I pick, I can ride anyways. Alright.
Oh, technically you can ride anything, but the mount special ability is a trait that's tacked onto an animal that makes it more suitable for riding.
Rather than
Animals that are unsuitable for riding. I'm just saying that for the purposes of you with your capybara, the capybara is suitable for riding with you specifically.
So I guess it performs better in combat? Is that what that means?
It performs better than animals that are not suitable for mounting.
so like
If you were to try to ride, let's say, a wolf without the mount trait, it will perform worse. There are limits to what it can do.
let me see.
A mounted combat game mastery guide.
14.
Mounted combat. For a fight in which only...
God damn it.
Stop.
Only one side. As long as you want the environment of fears to
With fear is too small from the side foot.
easy mounted.
Focus their attacks on PCs, not mounts. Mount rules are common for most cases.
We might allow someone to ride a beast.
Determine whether you requested. Choose allow this anyway.
Aerial combat.
Aquatic combat.
Mount. Four, 7, 2 choral book. Willing to mount.
What? Where are the rules for mounts?
There's a mount/dismount action.
Yeah, I see that, but
It's simple.
Movement encounters grid
moving to a creature space.
of prone and incapacitated creatures.
Force movement. Put you in space. No. Flanking. No.
Flanking, cover.
Special battles.
Fights occur, character, your attackers within range.
mounted combat.
As noted when the mount, your mount needs to be one side. Your mount acts on your initiative. Okay, page 178.
Horrible.
178. All right.
As noted in your mount, the mount needs to be as one. Your mount acts on initiative. You must use the command animal action to get your mount to spend its action. If you don't, the animal, if you have the right Jennifer, you automatically succeed when you command an animal that's your mount.
When you mount on a horse, remain stationary scenery.
So you will gain your mount to strike.
Reaction to attack or
What's the attack but not both? Share multiple attack penalty if strike.
whatever strike.
Your mount's attack has a -5.
And it affects multiple creatures. Affects both of you as long as you're both in the area.
You are in the attacker's reach or range of square amount. That's the cover against the mount that should be in the way.
Though to be fair, I'm not gonna use a lot of mounted combat. I'm only using my mount as a means of movement because again, I'm small, I'm slow.
Yeah, you need.
Here's the thing, you need your you need to learn how to command your mount for movement because that's included in the mounted combat
Yeah.
Command your animal.
page. You need to use the command and animal action page.
249.
Command an animal. Yeah, I have that. I can command animals.
It's good, you cause action principles or your favorite tree. Fellow animal hostile friendly. The animal is helpful, increased degree.
Most animals no drop prone.
Anyone knows an activity such a house together, you can command animal for energy.
For the command an animal, on success, the animal does as you command on its next turn. Failure, the animal is hesitant or resistant, it does nothing. Critical failure, the animal misbehaves or misunderstands, and it takes some other action determined by the GM.
Yeah. So,
You're either gonna want really high nature.
or
I'm trained in nature, I'm pretty good with it. I have a +7. I think I'll be okay.
Against the animal's will DC.
does the animal good nature towards you?
Most animals know the drop prone, leap, seek, stand, stride, and strike basic action. Yeah, it's pretty simple. I'll mostly be somewhere, I'd say like 100 feet further back from the team. Yeah.
100 feet, yeah, perfect.
Where you'll be isolated.
And easy to overpower when you're alone.
And the party can't get to you in time.
I'm stealthy.
You're not stealthy when you're riding a fucking capybara.
When I'm alone. I'm a leaf, damn it. If I can't blend in with my own kind, what good am I?
You're the capybara. What do you expect?
No. I'm not gonna be 100 feet away with my capybara.
Might distract the animal.
Kind of as soon as I can. First action, next turn.
I'm building my creature as a literal sniper. I don't do melee.
Yeah. Which means you're gonna be on your capybara, firing, making loud noises.
Everyone's gonna notice you.
No one will know.
Okay, I'm going to rely on you to know how to handle your mount because
Oh god.
you wanted a mount. You're gonna have to learn how to mount and command him in battle using your action points.
Uh, uh,
I swear I'll put a gun saddle on it one day.
what is a gun saddle?
I don't. Wait, hold on. Let me look for the exact name. There's a gun sword. That I know that's a thing. Gunner's saddle. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a saddle you put on a. It's a worn saddle, and it's like a tripod. I could deploy it to stabilize a firearm.
Stabilize the firearm. If you intend to use that heavy gun, I believe you definitely need the gunner saddle.
Hang on.
Mm-hmm. And it is a level 2.
So yeah, that can
If it's a level 2, then that can be your level 2 item.
gonna settle for you. Your mount so you can ride and fire your
capybara mounted cannon.
Yes. The Harmona gun.
Yeah.
I believe it was large.
Let me see.
It fires at 150 feet range and does 1d10 bludgeoning.
A harmonica, right?
Fatal aim, double barrel, kickback.
Bulk.
What's bulk?
I'm not sure too. There's bulk 2 on it.
Yeah.
There's bulk.
Capacity.
Let me have a look at the bulk rules. It's in the core rulebook 27.
What page?
27.
27.
Yeah, should be here.
Bulk.
How much weight? Boss is declaring total amount of bulk that exceeds plies for their strength modifier, they are encumbered. Oh, weight.
Oh, is that what they consider
Yeah.
weight here?
Yeah, I think for the purposes of our campaign, I'm not gonna bother with bulk.
Not much anyway.
Okay.
So bulk is this game system's equivalent of calculating weight.
Interesting. Bulk. L.
Yeah, I would say don't bother with bulk. L I think means light and no bulk.
And
2 means bulk too, but yeah, I don't think we're gonna worry about that.
fucking plant fighting vehicle.
Though with the gunner's saddle, that does mean I can use the large weapon normally, yes? Since it's technically mounted on my capybara, which is medium.
Hang on.
It's not large. The weapon that you're getting the Harmona gun, it's medium.
Oh, it's
The
a
stats are-
medium, right?
The stats are medium size. The L means light, not large. Let me see. Is it under tools and accessories?
Ammunition. Siege.
Gun options. Guns equipment. Gunner saddle. What page was the gunner saddle again?
Gunner saddle. Let me have a look at that.
Mhm.
Uh, 182.
I found it.
Where is this?
This is in the
Guns and gears.
Guns and gears. Guns equipment.
tools and accessories, customization options.
Gunner saddle.
Found it.
Stabilizers.
And move.
Gunsmiths carry wide away. Supporting stabilization. Humble tripod. This clockwork saddle comes with retractable weapon mount. We use the tripod to stabilize the weapon with the kickback trait. Okay, you would still need to use a small Harmona gun unless you have something else that allows you to size up the Harmona gun.
Boo.
Hang on, what is the penalty for using weapons
size? Ancestry. Hang on, I can probably find this easy in equipment.
Improvised weapon.
Damage type. Damage.
Damage dice.
Let me see.
Pathfinder.
Giant distinct barbarian.
Don't get increased weapon die, even large big monsters. Wait, really?
Hang on.
Giant instinct barbarian.
Oh.
Hang on a second. We might not need to size down your
Weapon. Let me see something.
Does it require me multi-classing?
No, hang on. If you're not small, you can use weapon build for larger weapon, which weapon otherwise available is a normal price. Bulk of weapon is size.
Increase the.
Oh, wow.
Oh. But wait.
Hang on, then. According to this, what people are saying, weapons don't gain size increases, but then what's this? Oh, okay.
Okay,
No, I was wrong.
I was wrong.
There is no size difference. I mean, yes, there is size difference for weapons. Your weapon is physically smaller, but it doesn't do any less damage.
So.
Your hormonal gun, even though it's small size, still deals 1d10 bludgeoning damage.
I was gonna say, it would still be odd if a gun does less damage.
The thing is that this applies to everything. A
Oh,
tiny
that's
great sword still deals the same amount of damage as a
D12?
medium-sized tiny great sword.
Yee.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So, yeah, if Cass wanted to play her tiny sprite,
With a great sword,
her tiny sprite will be
her tiny sprite will be charging in and doing 1d12 slash damage.
Nice.
With a great sword the size of a pencil.
Yep. Does this make you rethink a few strategies?
Yeah,
It's interesting what they've done with this.
right.
It's a
Oh.
change. A welcoming one, at least. I do like it.
Yeah.
But
Apparently
they
wanted
also
to-
don't penalize size.
they don't penalize size, but rather the barbarian giant instinct specifically makes you just deal more damage when you're raging. Rather than a +2, you deal a +6.
Oh. So that's what the size increase adds.
Size doesn't matter, cutie. Size doesn't matter.
Well,
It matters for the purposes of even allowing someone to use your
your gun.
It's how you use it.
Yeah, fine. I'll accept that. You're still doing 1d10 damage.
Yes. But then I won't really need my capybara. I have a strength 14. I don't take knockback or kickback. I don't need that saddle at all.
Technically you don't, but
Does that mean I could slap a siege weapon on it then? Is that what it's for?
If you can fucking afford a siege weapon, go ahead.
Deal one.
Is there any siege weapon you can afford?
No, not at all. Well, afford. How much gold do I have total again?
not enough.
75
enough?
if you don't buy anything.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah. 320 for a ballista. It doesn't give me a price for a battering ram. Held in 12 hands. Doesn't matter. Yeah, no, I can't afford a siege weapon. Boo-hoo. I can afford a door ram. It's 30 gold.
hang on, Doram.
No, I don't think I can mount. Held in 4 hands, bulk 3, crew 2, proficiency simple. At least I could use it.
It's not even in the
Fucking siege weapon list.
Oh wait, no, these
It's
are black
in
powder.
Guns and Gear, page 76, combat gear. Ram is a small siege weapon meant for breaking down doors and weak claw. Wait, 4 hands. Does my capybara count as 2 hands?
Do you really want to put a door arm on your capybara?
No, I don't. It doesn't shoot.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Well, the mall will still be useful in the form of getting you around. It's just that you don't need the gunner set anymore because
Your strength is high enough to absorb the kickback. So you can take another tier level 2 item if you want.
I'm thinking maybe a level 2 armor set might be a little better. Because I am squishy. The sad part is my capybara is not that much weaker than me in total.
Well,
the capybara is meant to just help you get around, right?
Now that my hopes and dreams of a mounted siege weapon is crushed. Yeah, I guess I could stick with a capybara. They're chill. It can burrow, but not with me on it, right?
If you want to go the wombat route,
I'm going to say
yes, it can burrow with you on it, but you're gonna need to duck down and get dirt all over you. Technically, you're a plant,
so I don't think you care.
I'm a plant. I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
Oh, so you would let me take just the raw capybara thing with no edits?
Yeah, it's up to you. You can go for capybara or wombat.
We flavor capybara. It's entirely up to you.
The wombat would allow you to dig, and the capybara will allow you to swim.
Will there be water?
I don't think so.
At least I haven't started drawing on the map yet.
Customization options.
Looking at this, what could you get?
Is Condescendal the only thing you can get?
Saddle wise?
I mean,
anything that you could
that could help you.
Because I'm more I'm more leaning towards help via the mount for movement. Because for equipment wise, help with like shooting guns, I don't really need anything, nor can I really get anything at level 3 other than that saddle, which, well, I don't need
Mm.
anymore. Eh. Ooh, that looks interesting.
Yeah, other things you can get, yeah, are armors.
Whatever armor you can wear. Um. Mm.
Dwarven scattergun for whenever anything gets close to you.
Uh. That's a level 1 weapon.
Mm-hmm. I'm probably gonna armor.
Mm. Concussive.
Huh. Can only get padded armor, it seems.
I don't expect a gunslinger to have high level, heavy armor.
Leopard's armor is a medium, but that's like level 9. And everything else is just kind of bits and pieces.
Mm. Sorry. Let me see armor.
What was the armor that you were saying that you were thinking of going for?
Padded armor. I think that's the only armor I can get in my current level, and
Really?
yeah.
You can't get like light chain shot or anything?
Oh, all right. There's more stuff. Okay.
Mm.
Oh, because the padded one doesn't give me a penalty. But I think I can. Yeah, I can get the chain shirt and stuff because my strength is 14.
Mm. What armors are you trying to wear as a gunslinger?
Well, I would prefer something that I can move in and doesn't give me a huge penalty on whatever I want to do.
Mm.
I am trained in medium armor, but I don't think I want to go.
Don't want medium armor?
Or do I? Because the penalties, how are they similar to D&D here in Pathfinder?
They look similar-ish.
I don't mind the speed penalty.
Since
My
you're mounted,
capybara
right?
are my legs.
Let me check if the armor speed penalty
Applies to
Mount?
mount.
while wearing armor. You take the penalty listed speed as well as the movement types you have.
Should climb.
Reduce the penalty by 5. If you
Ooh.
meet the armor strength threshold, you reduce the penalty by 5.
Oh,
So, if you're strong enough, you just straight up ignore the speed penalty.
and the climb and everything else, or
Yeah.
just
Well,
speed?
the speed penalty to dex cap. Nothing overrides the death cap like outside of feats. While wearing the armor, you take this the check penalty. You take this armor to strength and dex, except that those that have the attack trait. If you meet the armor strength threshold, you don't take this penalty.
Wow. Wow. So,
Check penalties and speed penalties can be overwritten if you have this. If you meet or exceed the listed strength value.
wow.
Oh, so I can just run scale mail with absolutely no drawback.
Yeah,
Except the dex cap to your AC if your dex cap is.
higher. And then dex cap cannot be
Ah.
overwritten except for,
Unless you have a special feat that allows you to do that.
I'm not sure if there is.
Although dex cap is a +2.
What's your dex going to be?
Right now it's +4.
Ah,
Wow, your dex is +4?
4, really?
Yeah.
If your dex is +4, technically you would have the most amount of AC from
No, actually it comes out about the same.
regardless of whether it's leather or studded or
Scale. It all comes out to the same.
in the end it comes down to.
Oh, it doesn't matter?
Wait, let me check flat-footed.
Um,
Does flat-footed exist?
in this.
Wait, no, we know flat-footed exists, but it's a different condition.
Um,
I don't see such as that.
yeah.
So flat you conditions certain groups, certain attacks, other conditions. Flat-footed against everything. This will.
Oh, okay.
So flat-footed is just a flat penalty.
Oh. It doesn't matter.
It's just a flat -2 penalty. It doesn't matter what you're wearing.
So
Oh.
yeah,
It doesn't matter which armor you have.
it looks like
Whether you're wearing leather or chain or hide or scale mail.
it really doesn't matter. Provided you have the strength bonus to
My dex stays the same, yeah?
Your dex for the purposes of attack and stuff is the same. The dex cap only applies to how much dex you add to the AC.
See.
and
The penalties only apply if you fail to exceed the strength value.
I don't think I'm gonna go scale mail now that I think of it, because I'm, well, a plant. Maybe leather. Or no, hide was it? Yeah, hide.
Leather, hide.
that would probably fit your theme.
Hide armor. Okay. That
Makes
puts
sense.
my AC to 20.
Mix of fur, sturdy hide, sometimes molded.
Walking slows the wear down and decreases mobility.
Yeah, but you meet the strength, so it doesn't matter.
You.
Mm,
So no check penalties or anything. Yes.
mm.
Yay, +1 AC.
Okay, this doesn't make any sense. Why does padded armor have a dex cap that's lower than leather?
That makes zero sense. Cloth is not that encumbered.
That's BS.
Hi,
Oh, God.
Anime. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. How's it going?
You're in the middle of study session right now.
Yes. Yes, what's up? What's wrong?
Huh? Oh no, nothing at all.
What do you
Don't worry
mean, oh
about it.
god?
Nothing.
Uh-huh.
It just favors me, not you, that's all.
What?
The numbers are just so high. It's different from D&D. It just surprises me.
Yeah. Yeah, it
Although
does.
maybe this high might not be normal natural because I built it specifically so.
I don't know what you're doing.
We'll see. We'll see. Just a little something from my Harmona gun.
Oh god.
This attack bonus is stupid. However, what were my options that you would give me for a mount? Or my stone?
If you
Pledge.
wanted, you can keep the capybara as is, or if you want, you can switch over to wombat.
The only thing
Are
that
those the
changes.
only two?
Well, that was what we developed. Is there something else you wanted?
Oh no, I was just gonna see if I could browse the options since my saddle idea kind of just died.
Mm,
Well, go ahead and see if there's any other mount you want.
I'm not giving you a dinosaur.
Mm. Hold on, let me see the stats of a scorpion.
Unless you can.
Unless you can sell me on the
Fucking dinosaur.
Listen, I'm a plant.
Yeah, I'm a plant. Where would a plant find a fucking dinosaur?
You need to sell me on it.
Sell me on it.
Let me check the stats of all these things first. I'm prioritizing movement most of all.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I'm trying to develop my own campaign because I'm trying to run a campaign for the first time
I have no idea what I'm doing.
as a dungeon master. I've never done this before.
I'm using a system I've never used before.
I'm scared.
Okay. There are magic items here. If you want, I can give you. If you can't find anything that's a +1 or +2, I think we can just enchant stuff.
You mean just like +1 what I have?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Oh.
Keep
That
track of the
could
characters
easily-
with really fewer locks. You see the minimum match. The minimum match magic weapon and magic armor. Can have other items with these bonuses like hand reliable. Keep in mind they compete with fundamental runes. There's something called fundamental runes in this, and I have no idea how these work.
There's resilient, great resilient, major resilient, and then +1 to +4 for the proficiency.
Proficiency for what?
Oh, just for like I don't think that's part of the fundamental runes. But you know, like just the base item +1 and then +2 and so on.
Levels for permanent item bonus.
Huh?
Yeah, I see you can upgrade your stuff.
I'm learning.
I'm learning what can be done to
Upgrade your gun.
if we can't find a saddle for you.
Oh, my gun.
Well, anything you might want to upgrade because we can't find. I mean, we don't need your saddle anymore, right? So you have a
Yeah.
stuff that you don't need. Property rune, so you can.
Use abilities to fill my touch effect weapon armor.
Fire sword that you point at an enemy to shoot firebolts is more on theme than a fire sword that casts wall of fire. With just the fundamental runes. Often discount, be careful.
Discount an item. Find out what's significant is not always bad. What?
Potion 1 runes. Property runes are a fun and versatile way to customize weapons and armor without throwing away the previous items.
It should be very simple. Because combining runes can make things over complicated.
Compare other properties to determine the right level.
Okay, where the hell do I find the rune section?
Items, permanent items. Each item level has a price range.
The primary items.
Runes are in 580.
580?
Of which
Page
book?
580 of the core rulebook.
Runes.
Physically engraved. Value. The number of runes or weapon and armor can have is equal to the value of its potency rune. A +1 weapon can have 1 property rune.
What?
You can hold another if the +1 weapon potency is upgraded to.
What?
If the +1 weapon potency rune were upgraded to a +2,
Since striking and fundamental runes.
you don't count what?
What? Whatever is potency rune.
And the names of any property runes.
What?
+1 longsword or +2 greater resilient fire resistant chainmail.
What? Runes such a
Is equal to the highest level of the base.
F4.
A +1 striking mace, a 4th level item.
Each rune etched with a specific type of.
With the disrupting rune,
A 5th level rune.
be a 5th level item.
Okay, so
For your level 2 item, I can give you a +1 weapon.
if you want,
Oh, I see.
I think that's the.
Is that the equivalent?
Yes. According to my DMG.
Okay.
If you can't find anything to put into the 2nd level item slot, we can give your. Yeah, we can give your.
I don't the second level and first level, I don't think any of mine has a level. My hide and the gun is just nothing.
Yeah.
And give me a second. Striking rune. Starve destructive magic.
Yeah, take striking rune etched. Must have the rune.
Weapon potency rune 2+ etched onto the weapon.
Hang on. Property runes.
A fundamental rune offers basic.
Weapon potency and bonus attack roll.
And the striking rune X weapon. And armor potency it's AC.
Saving throws. Property runes grant more varied effects.
Potency. +1 weapon can have 1 property. Striking and reserve runes are fundamental runes. They don't count against this limit.
They are. God, this is very complicated.
Can you imagine that Pathfinder 1 was even more complicated than this?
No.
It was.
Yeah.
Magical enhancement gun attack rolls +1. The weapon can be etched with 1 property rune.
Okay, so
Here's what we can do with your second level item if you can't find anything to fit that slot. We can give your gun a +1 potency. This increases your attack roll by +1, but not the damage roll. It's only at the attack roll +1.
Sure.
So keep that in mind.
Yeah, it does it on its own.
mhm.
Although there's a add property rune thing.
Yes, but in order to add a property, properties themselves are very, very expensive. This is rate level 8, level 5, level 5, level 11, level 18.
There's a level 2.
Where's the level 2 property?
Fanged.
What?
Called Fanged. It's level 2.
Ranked where? What's the source?
Let me see.
It's not in my core.
Fanged. That'll be in the Grand Bazaar, page 106.
Of course. 106.
You know, I'm starting to like this Grand Bazaar book a lot.
Hello, Space.
Very
Welcome.
bizarre.
How's it going?
Well, we're trying to build shit right now. When etched with this rune,
Uh,
the weapon's hilt or half becomes engraved with hooves. Fanged weapon in your... By putting a fanged weapon in your mouth, you can transform into an animal.
What?
that's fanged.
That's the fanged rune. Activate interact. Magical polymorph transmutation. You transform into a small medium animal that wields the fanged weapon in its jaws.
Oh my...
Yeah, sure. You want to wield your
gun in your jaws.
I'm not sure I can fire with gun in my jaws. Can I?
Well, this form you can attack with a fang weapon even though you don't have any hands.
Oh my god, I can.
You can attack if you can only attack with a fang weapon and you don't have hands on the ability at all.
I can bite my gun and shoot it and turn into an animal instead of a plant.
yeah.
For effects, no matter how many hands you are using all that, such as 2 hand trick, you're holding a weapon with 2 hands. It counts you're holding a weapon with 2 hands, really?
Wow. The animal matches the animal you are most closely associated with. The hell am I associated with? I'm a plant.
I don't know.
Lizard folk turns into lizards. Kitsune turns into a fox. A deer and sick barbarian turns into a deer, and so on. But what am I?
How the fuck should I know?
You must know this.
You took the. I don't know. You took. Okay, you're a druid. Oh, but you're a cavalier. You took the aspect of
Uh,
the stone.
Stone.
yeah,
that.
You turn into whatever your mount is,
so
I
capybara.
turned into a mount.
You turn into
I'm
your
a
mount.
capybara.
so you can be a capybara or wombat or whatever.
Whatever your fucking mount is, I don't
Oh
care.
god.
Choose a mount, goddammit.
Yes, I'm working on it. Okay.
Apparently,
I'm staring at a scorpion. Would you let me have that? Is that something you'd let me have?
Fucking scorpion.
I didn't choose it because of that. Okay, I chose it because it has a skill called stealth and it has 30 move speed.
Do you even need them? Wait, no amount of stealth is going to overcome the fact that you're firing a gun.
On the back of the scorpion.
But I can shoot and move, no?
You can stealth once. Although technically people
I
would
can
be.
only stealth once
I mean, it's like
per round.
you
Or?
can. No, it's more like you can be stealth, and then you
Mhm.
fire a shot, and everyone and your pet dog is going to know where the fuck you are.
So all of China will know my location.
Yeah.
And also, technically, a medium-sized scorpion in the city is not exactly something that's gonna go unnoticed. Okay?
It's a giant scorpion.
Yeah.
Alright, fine. No scorpion then.
I mean, you can go scorpion, it's just that you're not gonna be able to hide with that thing. Not
Yes,
in the middle
I
of the
can.
fucking
It says
city.
so.
Not in the
says
middle of the
so.
fucking city. You're gonna take a huge penalty. Fucking scorpion meat. Hey, okay, Chad. Imagine a 5 foot long scorpion in the middle of the city. Do you think people are going to go not going to notice that?
Nah, surely, right? It's just my pet scorpion. Everyone has those.
You can take the scorpion. You're gonna get penalties
Depending on what you're trying to do with it.
Fine.
with a medium-sized scorpion. Oh god. Hang on, let me go back to the
Fucking.
game mastery guide. Runes.
Because.
Are we going to end up creating a fucking plant that can shape shift into
Compare properties to.
Although it seems something that everyone can just do because it's just a weapons thing, not a special thing.
Yeah, but.
you're using a fucking gun?
I am using a gun
In your mouth.
in my mouth.
It's gonna look so stupid.
It's amazing.
That's so stupid.
I wonder how I reload that thing.
I'll double check that one.
With almost similar price, same way, etching process, investiture. Invest in it to gain magical benefits.
Oh, okay. Here's something with 40 move speed.
Any other ends with so striking reserves fundamentals to count against this limit. Does the rune add an item with root to the value of its potency rune? For example, +1 longsword. I'm gonna have the same podcast with item equals highest level. Wait, a disrupting rune would be a 5th level item. So each rune can be edge, indicated, explorer, clothing can have investiture, transferring runes, fundamental runes. Fundamental rune, etching a stronger rune can upgrade these. Armor potency. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, because we give I'm allowing you a
+1 weapon.
Yeah.
Yes.
As a second level item, you can have a +1 weapon. The +1 weapon would have the weapon potency rune of +1.
Yes.
And because of that, and what we found in the bazaar, the fanged, you can also add that on top of it.
But my question would be, what level is the max I can add on a +1? Because there's only 1 level 2 and 3 level 3s, and then it goes up on that.
Theoretically, you can add any property rune onto the weapon, but this is going to be limited by the level of the weapon. So
let me see here.
So there's a level 18 weapon?
Let me see.
Fill in the numbers. Runes.
Fun way to versatile, especially lower levels compared.
Although it would make sense, my weapon is currently level 2 and Fanged is level 2, which means I could take that, but not a level 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, if you wanted to take a level 3 rune, you would need a level 3
weapon.
The ability to take a level 3 item, and you do not have that yet. The maximum level you can go is level 2.
See.
So,
unless there's something besides Fanged, it seems like Fanged is the only thing.
Is that something I can change, or is that something that's permanent?
Let me check. Runes. New Zealand. Property rune.
Weapon. I can hold a number of potency runes, striking, resilient, typically referred to, followed by fundamental runes. Etching process. Etching a rune on an item follows the same process of crafting. You must be able to craft, have the formula, have the item. Rune has no effect until you can etch only one rune at a time. You can move one rune from one item to another or swap one rune.
Just swap?
Item can have two. Which one to swap, which will leave you. Attempt to transfer rune to an item that cancel. The automatic critical failure. Transfer potency rune might oppose you. So no. Craft DC. Takes 1 day to transfer a rune. Swap a pair of runes.
Uh,
I'm going to say that I think you can override runes.
As long as you have the material to make the other one.
yeah.
Okay. There's so much to keep track of. There's weapon health. Critical specialization effect. Oh boy. The target must succeed at a fortitude saving against your class DC or be stunned 1. Huh. Neat. That's what my gun can do.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
Balance all this shit.
There's a lot to balance.
guys,
My brain is
Good
exploding.
my brain is exploding.
Guys.
On that note, can I have a hyena?
You want a hyena mount?
I do want a hyena mount.
Where is the
fucking...
Against the Scarlet Triad, page 80.
oh god.
Hang on.
It has a 40 move speed. That's why I'm picking it.
Against the
Scarlet Triad.
what the fuck is that? Adventure? No.
Adventure Path? No. Lost Omens? One shot? No.
I can't find it.
Age of Ashes, is it?
Age of Ashes?
Against the Scarlet Triad, Age of Ashes.
Okay, I found Age of Ashes.
Okay,
Against the Scarlet Triad. God
fucking... Okay, what page was it?
Ah. Shit. 80.
80.
Huh.
God damn it.
Settle on something!
That's what I'm trying to settle for. The hyena.
Body feet.
Explain to me how a plant came across a desert animal.
Rock. It's my
Uh,
pledge.
Explain to me how a vine plant came across a desert animal.
Right, so you see, I was in the forest, wandering around, as I would as a plant.
Yeah.
And then for some reason, I saw this very odd looking creature that I've not seen before in my habitat. It was alone and it looked rather confused and scared. It's scattering around. I thought it was a big rat because it had very tattered fur. But the patterns looked weird. It looked like a very sickly dog.
So
And
you
I
thought
decided
it was
to
a
help
strange,
it out.
You thought it was a strange dog.
It was a very weird looking dog. It was having trouble adjusting and hunting and whatnot. It seemed relatively weak on its own. So I helped it out. And now it's attached to me. Because hyenas hunts in pack and it was alone. So it couldn't do shit. It had a very funny laugh though. I did enjoy that. It laughs at my jokes. I have a hyena.
Fucking hyena. Just settle
On every single creature in existence all at the same time.
as possible. Just
No! No, I'm gonna make him
settle on one, motherfucker.
fucking plant!
So will you allow me this, or do I need to pick out something else?
Okay, you know what? Okay.
Okay, you get it.
You get the fucking hyena.
I get the hyena? Yes!
Yeah, you've done
20
some.
move speed, let's go.
Your plant ways have done something to it that has caused this hyena to grow to medium size.
I don't know what the fuck you've been feeding it.
I fed it really good, okay? It doesn't have to share. Not to mention, we eat the same food. I eat rotten, spoiled corpses, so does a hyena.
It doesn't eat rotten, it eats.
Fucking carrier, there's a difference.
Rotten, spoiled corpses.
There's a limit to
both
how
munched on the
rotten the
same thing.
hyena will eat, okay?
But
Yeah,
okay.
fair enough. I do eat damn near everything.
Yeah, you will get your hyena.
I'm a plant. Yes, I can have a hyena.
A plant.
Thank you.
Mount a plant gunslinger with a large gun, rifle gun, basically an elephant gun,
Yeah,
mounted on
that's what I
a-
imagine it looking.
mounted on a hyena.
And if I bite my gun, it has a friend. Right?
Just so you know, if you want to command your animal to fight alongside you, it's gonna use action. So yeah,
Oh, it does use actions, does it?
Yeah,
command animal uses actions.
Oh, it is an action, you're right.
yeah.
That's
So
fine.
you're not going to be able to hyena dual team a target. You're not controlling two creatures. I mean, you are controlling two creatures, but you only have
Not
the
at the same
move.
time.
You have the move allotment of a single character.
So,
Right.
You want to command your hyena to attack someone, you're taking one move from yourself.
they do it, okay?
Albeit it does support. I don't think that takes a move action, does it?
Mocking me. You also get enemies and bites them when you get onto your start next turn. Each time you hit a creature in hyena's reach with a strike, the creature becomes frightened 1. Yeah, but you're using a fucking gun. You have, if you want to get the support piloted, you have to use your gun in melee range.
No, I don't have to because my gun has a critical specialization effect. If they fail its fortitude save against my DC, they are stunned 1.
So,
Yes.
So,
You aim to stun creatures and then walk up to your hyena and keep shooting it in the face.
well, the hyena just
Scares it.
I don't have to walk up to anything.
well,
You have to. This support benefit only works when the target is within the
Ah.
hyena's reach.
Yeah, then
So-
I guess if someone gets close, that'd be a good defense mechanism for them to, not hit me.
and
That actually
Yes, yeah.
works pretty good.
Actually,
Well, as good as it gets.
if you decide that enemies are getting too close, you can fucking bite your gun and be a gun hyena
True.
while your hyena charges and.
yeah, this is
I'm sure you'll work out the balance this time.
I'm a first time DM. What are you doing to me?
It's the first time I'm making a character too. I don't know. I'm just doing something. I'm not min-maxing because you're first timing, but it seems this is harder.
God.
Random outlandish bullshit, go.
And the fucking fan counts as you're using 2 hands, so your firearm has a kickback. You don't care about that. You just fucking.
Yeah, I have strength 14 anyways.
Mm.
Though turning into, well, my animal, it just turns me into it, right? It doesn't give me its stats or anything.
Let's see.
That's bizarre.
Small, medium animal with wheels of fangs weapon in his jaws.
Well, this one you can attack with a fang weapon if you don't have a heal.
Can only attack with a fang weapon. You don't have hands ability to hold items. But depending on how many hands you hold, you can dismiss the effect automatically if you drop whether or not of your own volition. You only get to attack with the fanged weapon. You don't get anything else
Oh,
that would be associated with the animals.
so yeah.
Let's see. Actually, what the hell is a mitzvah tree? Okay, here's the thing.
Let me see here.
You're using the Harmona gun. Missile 3, Tree Elf, Fatal Slide Pistol.
Parry, concussive.
Fatal.
Parry.
Fatal aim ticks. Possible to hold the stock of this weapon on one arm so you can fire with a single hand as long as the other hand is holding a weapon or shield. Okay.
Something you might want to consider.
Weapons with the fatal trait gain the listed D whatever as damage. I mean, the listed D whatever for fatal aim becomes the weapon's damage if you hold it with 2 hands.
What does that mean exactly?
It means that, like for example, the Harmona gun.
Yeah.
It requires 2 hands to use, right? That's the only way we can use it.
Yep.
Whereas if you look at something like, say, the Missile Tree gun, it's an elven gun. Its base damage is 1d6 piercing.
But
hang on.
the music has stopped. I need to play the music again.
The Mithril tree gun is still 2 hands.
It's still 2 hands, but you can wield it one-handed, apparently.
Is that so?
Yeah, according to this.
An elegant weapon.
So the Mithril gun essentially does everything the Harmona gun can do, but better.
Yeah, the option of holding it in one hand.
Or if you hold it with 2 hands, you gain the same damage as the Harmona gun. In fact, you have concussive. Concussive is a special trait where they do both bludgeoning and piercing.
Oh, I see. It can parry?
Yeah, we need to see what parry is.
This weapon can be used defensively to block attacks while wielding this weapon. If your proficiency with it is trained or better, you can spend a single action to position your weapon defensively. Gain a +1 circumstance bonus to AC until the start of your next turn. So I can pseudo melee-ish at least get in range.
If the creature were immune to piercing and had no resistance to it would take full damage from the concussive weapon. You can melee as much as range.
And if you were to
Attach a bayonet to it, you can.
stabby stab.
Hang on, how
Oh.
much? What does it take to attach a bayonet to?
Yeah, weapon, let me see. Earplugs.
Wasn't there?
I could have sworn there was a bayonet attachment.
I remember seeing it. Holsters.
Scopes.
Yeah, bayonet is a thing.
What page is it?
It's in Guns and Gears, however. I mean, page for you. It is in page 152.
152.
This blade or spike can be attached to a crossbow or firearm, but unlike other attached weapons, can be wielded in one hand as its own weapon. Use it as any
I hear
wounds or
bayonet.
an attached bayonet or reinforced stock requires the same number of hands as the weapon it's attached to. The detached bayonet requires one hand. See, it does 1d4 pierce.
Mm. Mm.
And it only costs some, like what, two
Two
silver
silver.
pieces?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all it does. Mm. Mm. Mm.
Okay, it seems the critical specialization effect for the stunned is just for a firearm thing. Every firearm has those,
Mhm.
at least most. For the bayonet, the target takes 1d6 persistent bleed damage. Gain an item bonus to this bleed damage equivalent to the weapon's item bonus to attack rolls.
Mm.
Blade or spike attached equivalent like other auto. When used as a separate weapon, it can't benefit from any rules abilities that function only for attached weapons.
So,
If you attach a bayonet onto your gun, it gains all of the benefits.
off the gun. God, this is broken.
Which means it's also +1 and has fanged.
Yeah.
But only when it's on the gun. But it
Right.
just allows you to, benefit from the +1 and be able to.
Hyena stab people with it.
I
God.
will be adding that to my gun.
Which gun do you think you're gonna go for?
I'll take the Mytho tree since it is actually just a better elephant gun.
Mm.
It has the same range, same attack bonuses, and, well, I guess more versatile damage.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that seems to be more powerful than it is the Arquebus.
Which
Wait, well, how is the arquebus stronger than the arquebus is stronger?
That's so. It has a D12 fatal, that's why.
Yeah. Oh my god, this is broken.
Arquebus it is.
Concussive.
Can make fatal attacks when you wield a weapon with 2 hands.
Gains fatal trait.
With the following weapon unarmed, stable enough to fire, significantly more complicated.
You must do so.
With the interaction with the releasing is part of reloading. Arquebus is a D12 with concussive and kickback. The Giselle, but no, the Giselle's a level 1 weapon, so that would mess up with our level up calculations for your gun if you do use that.
So yeah, arquebus.
That means if I fired with both hands, I get piercing and bludgeoning.
Concussive happens all the time.
Um,
The only thing that changes when you fire with 2 hands is the fatal trait, where the D8 dice changes to a D12.
D12.
Yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't matter if I shoot with one hand or both hands, it does both bludgeoning and piercing.
yes.
Okay.
Arquebus is a long rifle with ferocious kickback.
God.
I'm kind of surprised you're not using Scatica, but
Yeah. You're trying to build a range fighter.
Yes.
Extremely long range fighter.
Extremely long range fighter, yeah.
Oh,
And it seems in PF2, you don't get the range penalties if you shoot from like super close range.
there is no range penalty for shooting in super close. What happens is, enemies can have an attack of opportunity, but attack of opportunity is not a given anymore. You actually have to take the feat that gives you attack of opportunity.
so
Ah,
Do not assume that people have attack of opportunity. In fact, level 3 you'll be fighting mostly mooks. You're not going to be fighting anyone with attack of opportunity. In fact, let me check the bandits. Melee, bandits, ambush.
damage bludgeoning, Python, deep striker. Yeah, ruffian.
oh, albeit the arquebus does not have parry.
Oh yeah, that is true.
So it's up to you. If you want to have parry or
Bigger gun.
Bigger gun, obvious. I'm a sniper. It's my duty.
Hi, Kaku.
White Jackal is building a vine plant creature that is mounted on a hyena, wielding a arquebus long rifle, and
Elephant gun V2.
Yeah, elephant gun V2.
and if he bites his gun, he can
Fucking shoot with it.
while it's in his mouth.
Brutal beating.
Yeah, attack of opportunity is not that common.
Can I mount my hyena when I turn into a hyena?
No.
Fuck you, no.
Oh god.
He won't do anything. You'll have the same speed and everything as your fucking mount. It's your fucking hyena.
True. That's awesome. I don't need a fucking mountain. I just need to bite my gun. Nice.
Do you want a fucking mount or not?
No, I have to though, right? Because otherwise I can't. I just cannot turn into what my mouth is, no? Since I'm a plant, I can't really turn into an animal. I'll just turn into what's closest, which is my friend.
Yeah, but technically using your mount as the way you get access to turning into a fucking hyena.
Yes.
So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're going to add that limitation. You have to have the
Nerf it that way.
cavalier high and take the hyena thing because that's the only way you're gonna get that fucking fight shit.
Now imagine I picked the flying creature. Just imagine that.
Please. I'm not going to give you flying creatures a fucking mouth.
I won't.
I'm
won't all of a
already going
sudden
out the
change
way
to
to give you a
Storm.
fucking hyena to... Technically, your cavalier can only pick creatures with the mount trait. Okay, I'm letting you have a fucking hyena.
Hyena is part of it.
Hyena doesn't have a fucking mount trait.
It does now.
It does not because I let you have it. Ugh. Oh, sounds like a clusterfuck, but interesting. Yeah, I'm fucking. This is our party right now. So, okay, small vine leshy mount hyena mount.
Oh god, it's just getting bigger and bigger.
Hyena mounted gunslinger. I'm gonna call you a plant. Hyena fighting vehicle. Again. Plant fucker? I don't
Fucker.
I don't think the hyena's a plant fucker. Well, likely one of the other characters is gonna be the plant fucker.
What do you mean?
Why this the plant? He's trying to. The plants are going to strike back.
Yes.
So we have Ganon as a backline wizard / alchemist, likely going to be bomb crazy, whatever this is. Kaz is going to be a tiny flying sprite sorcerer. Lucky is gonna fill with something, probably frontline. Mitchell is a puppet, which is basically a tiny little stuffed doll.
Oh.
A small
cool.
stuffed doll construct. Doesn't know what class yet. I haven't even started building out the encounters yet. And or the city map. Yeah.
Got this.
I
I believe in you to slaughter the party.
I thought I was. Well, I built this basic as fuck mook that I'm gonna throw at the party.
Oh wonder what other outlandish things the party members can do.
No fucking idea.
But Pathfinder.
Pathfinder is insane.
You can feel free to use my character sheet stat as a reference to what others can, I guess. Just to
God.
balance out your thing. Because mine's pretty much already done.
How much health do you have?
I have 35 hit points. My constitution's like +1.
Maybe I should increase this.
How high is your AC?
My AC is 20. I have a dex of +4.
Maybe I
Plus
should
one with my
Increase this. Maybe
Yeah.
I should increase this. This is a
You
random.
should.
Okay, well, yeah, here's the thing. This is a random book that I'm going to throw at you guys as part of the swarm.
I don't know.
How tough I should make this, since this is going to be a swarm enemy. For every member of the party, there's going to be like 2 of these guys.
Um,
I'm a
Possible.
dex-based fighter, pretty much.
I'm going to see. Technically, these aren't the only enemies you're going to be encountering. You're also going to be encountering
enemies like
Worst case scenario, you just add another 0 behind the HP bar.
hang on.
Hang on, what book am I in? You're also going to be encountering bandits,
Pretty much.
gang members. I'm going to adapt grave robbers and bandits or ruffians as basic enemies you encounter. Depending on what happens with the initial fight, I will adjust things as necessary.
The first fight is
As-
really going to.
As for my hyena stats, it has a 30 hit points and 18 AC.
Sorry.
Usually, unless your hyena is acting as an independent animal, enemies aim for you, not
Me,
your
yeah.
mount.
Mm.
40 move speed is clutch. I only have 25.
Don't worry, if you guys wipe the floor with grave robbers, I'm just gonna upgrade the next encounter to bandits or ruffians. Yeah. Ruffians have attack of opportunity.
Ooh.
Yes. So yeah, if we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Basically never hopping off my hyena, and it's going to be doing the melee. Yeah.
Well,
When enemies get close, you can, form change, bite your gun, jump off, and send the hyena in while you keep shooting.
True. True. I mean, the damn thing's just as tanky as me, pretty much. Minus 5 HP and a few AC.
mm-hmm. And before your hyena dies.
It won't.
We'll see what happens.
I have a spell for that.
Oh, you do you? God damn it.
It's a little thing called the target can't die from damage.
And how long does that last?
A minute.
A minute, okay.
It's regenerate. It also gains HP.
Alright.
Although it's a touch attack, so I'd have to be like touching it.
I need to think about the boss, what the boss character is going to be.
aka the False King.
Gonna be a big word.
Yeah.
The False King is technically just the.
Okay, I'm not going to tell you. You have to find out yourself. Hehe.
Mm-hmm.
Downtrodden. Huh. Downtrodden is a unique creature type?
Interesting. Ah,
Creature -1, creature -1.
I see.
Ooh, I can.
Uh,
What's the term for this? I can diversify enemy types by introducing things like Downtrodden in addition to
criminals. You keep this in mind. Are you alright?
Yes. Hmm.
Okay, hang on. Torchbearer is a level 0 enemy.
I'm looking at his stats. Comparing it with the level 0 enemy I created.
EC 15, HP 4, damage 2 plus bludgeoning,
Oh,
range, and crossbow 1d6. I'm giving you a 1d4.
range.
Torchbearer is adept at attacking with torches.
Deals 1 persistent fire damage. And they critically hit.
+7 to hit. You know, they were saying that attacks that are less likely to land should have higher damage, so I'm gonna give this a d6 damage.
Or at least the ability to do increased damage.
Would this be the bandit?
No, this is a an enemy that you're going to encounter only in the second half of the dungeon. I built it as sort of a
Practice session.
Hit points 14.
seems to be relatively equal to the Torchbearer.
All things considered.
Yes, it has really low wisdom, intelligence, and charisma, but that's because they're garbage in those. Yeah, high skills are +5.
So
Okay, I think this is good enough, I guess.
AC 15 and HP 14.
yeah.
It's
Although-
gonna be hard for me to miss, and I have the potential to just one-shot delete someone right away.
Yeah.
Although these things do have resistance to pierce and fire, but weak to bludgeoning and cold,
So
it balances out. But yeah, these are going to be swarm enemies. Creatures here, they're going to be rushing you, locking you down.
things like that.
They're not meant to be tough individually, they're meant to be gang up on you.
Style enemies.
Mhm. So I'm surprised. On level 3, I have the ability to do a total of 18 damage in one turn, in one shot.
Hmm.
Scared of what monsters can do now.
You're not gonna be fighting many monsters, at least not.
Just in like TF2 in general, I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of cool stuff.
Yeah, but since you're going to be in the city, you're not gonna be fighting many monsters. Most of your enemies are gonna be humans. There will be some monsters, animals specifically, but not that much.
Just happens that this particular quest that I'm building takes place in a city, so yeah.
People based.
Mhm.
Okay,
Oh, how long have I been going for?
7 hours and 45 minutes.
Oh god.
Do I want to keep going or do I want to?
To end stream here.
If I keep going, then I'm gonna need to get some food, but I'm going to start drawing up the map.
If I do keep going. What do you think?
I'm gonna be getting some food myself as well and then continuing with my sheet.
Decisions.
Chad, wanna sponsor me food?
Wow, bodyguards are... There's a lot of... This is a creature 1, interesting.
Oh. Is even a Monster Hunter character?
Basic mystics.
False priests, cultists.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to diversify up the amount of
people I have in my enemies list. Officers, guard,
archer, sentry, jailer,
watch officer,
captain of the guard,
executioner. Villains. Saboteur, mastermind. Interesting. Anti-paladin.
lots of good templates I can use to fill up my human enemies.
And if I need to, I can refer to bestiary for
Monsters. This will be handy.
very, very, very handy.
Oh god.
It's raining.
Ooh.
Thunder and
Oh, I
lightning.
hear it.
Yeah.
What do you guys think in chat?
You want to spend some more time with me?
Will I work on this or...
Do I relax my brain because I've been going at this for 7 hours?
Decisions, chat.
It's a good time to rest.
I still need to draw up the map. I need to build out encounters.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is a good time to rest. I'll wait to hear back from everyone else. You know what? I should wait until I get an idea of what everyone else's classes are, then I'll start building out encounters. That'll be a good idea.
If I know what abilities everyone has, then I'll be able to better build everyone up. Hello Luna, welcome. How's it going?
Sadly, we're at the end of the stream though.
I'm sorry if you just came in. This has been an extra long study session where I try to learn the basics of DMing for the first time ever.
With a new system I've never played before. Trying to put together a basic
short single quest campaign for my friends.
I played D&D 3.5, D&D 4, D&D 5.
Pathfinder 1.
I've never played Pathfinder 2, but
I say, you know what? How about I try learn a completely new system to as my first game. Oh god. I think we're going.
I think this is going quite well
so far.
These are the basic notes I've written down. The party is going to be traveling to the city of Lordwall, part of the a border trade town, very large border trade town, part of the Empire. Oh god. Okay, I think I better end.
Because
yeah, like thunder and lightning is
scary. Okay,
I'm gonna end here before my computer gets struck by lightning.
Thank you everyone for being here, whether you're looking or chatting.
I'll post this on my Discord so everyone can see it. Probably make it a Google Doc or some shit. Yeah, thank you everyone for being here, whether you're looking or chatting.
I love you all. Hope you guys enjoy the stream.
I hope to see you guys next time. Remember to hit that like and subscribe button down below. I've already talked to everyone I needed to, and when I run this campaign, I'm more than likely going to stream it as the DM. It's gonna be streamed on YouTube, possibly. I should be fine. I think. I'm sure YouTube wouldn't mind a little bit of adult themes in their in D&D, right? It's just verbal. There's not gonna be no pictures. It's all art. It's about art and education. Yes.
And creativity.
Yeah.
We're creating a story together.
You talk about it also?
Oh yeah, I will cover that in a moment.
Yeah,
remember to hit that like subscribe button. Thank you everyone for being here. Remember, it doesn't matter whether you're lurking or chatting or you just stopped by for a short while, or you came by the end, or if you're checking out the VOD and leaving a comment. Every little bit helps, chat. Hit the subscribe button and click the bell down below and click the like button.
Every bit helps.
Thank you so much, everyone. And as usual, I need to thank my amazing extramural supporters. Thank you to Lucky, Kerb, Raz.gov, Oxy, and Maka for always giving me a big tip energy. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hang on, let me come closer. There we go. And next up, thank you to Leah, Maka, Sakito, Kylon, Lucky, Shu, DJ, and Daily Jerker for supporting me on Fansly and Patreon as well. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. And yeah, thank you to everyone who stopped by as well. And whether thank you everyone who stopped by, regardless whether you're in chat or you came to help me build out this world. Thank you, especially White Jackal, White, for building your character with me, because knowing just how tanky your character is despite being a gunslinger. How much HP?
35.
Yeah, what's the base HP of a gunslinger? Class features of a gunslinger.
8.
8. Right, so
With a HP 8 character, you're already at 30 HP at level 3. Okay, I need to adequately balance it then.
but yeah,
I'll be sure to get things properly balanced, hopefully. And now for the announcement that I talked about
earlier.
Let me bring this up.
So, for anyone who missed the big thing we talked about
Early in stream, let me bring this up. So, I have been unbanned from Twitch.
Ooh.
Yeah.
As of midnight today, well, the last midnight, I'm unbanned from Twitch after being permabanned for 9 months. Twitch finally decided to overturn my permaban.
I had to grovel at their feet, pretty much, saying, I'm sorry, your TOS didn't say that what I did was a breach of the TOS, and
Now that you've updated your TOS for clarification like 3 times, now I know that the stuff I did was breaking the TOS and I won't do it again. Will you please let me back? And then finally they let me back.
so, yeah, I don't know what to do about this, to be honest.
I kind of went over it at the start of the stream, but just to go over it again.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
A lot of people are congratulating me. The friends I talked to in private, they congratulated me, but yeah, I don't know what to do with this. I've been gone for 9 months.
And I mostly resolved to, at least when I was permabanned, I resolved that if I was going to get unbanned, I was going to drop my affiliateship with Twitch and just dual stream. But now that this day has come, I'm not sure if I should do that anymore.
Because yeah, I went over this earlier, but I'm not exaggerating when I say that losing Twitch caused me to lose 90% of my revenue from streaming.
I've had to adapt. I still have not made it back to where I was when I got banned from Twitch.
I will be a fool to ignore Twitch as a platform for making money, but at the same time I really don't want to go back to Twitch because it's the way I view it in my head is that Twitch is like an abusive boyfriend or girlfriend. They'll beat you down for any random thing and you're supposed to guess what you did wrong and grovel and beg for them to take you back.
That's what Twitch does.
And I really don't know if I want to go back to that awful relationship. Just do whatever put food on the table.
There is that.
I'd say sleep on it for a while.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep on it and then some. No matter what I decide to do with Twitch, I'm not going to commit to any decision until after my week holiday. For anyone who doesn't know, most likely next week I'm going to be taking a week off from stream. I need a break. I have not been sleeping well just by
Stress buildup and stuff.
I just need to take a break. So yeah, starting starting most likely next week. I'll let you guys know as usual on my Discord. If plans change, I'll be taking a week off from stream where I relax, do things I need to do. I think a lot of projects I'm gonna put off.
I call it a vacation, but technically a good chunk of the vacation is gonna be used to do stuff I've set aside that for stream and stuff that I haven't done yet. So yeah,
And one of the extra things I'm going to do while I'm on vacation is decide what to do about this. Either some people recommended sometime one day stream on Twitch, one day stream on YouTube,
that kind of thing.
Other people's, what I was thinking of doing was cancelling my affiliateship and just dual streaming and just using Twitch as a
growth platform. I don't know what I want to do yet. I'm going to think about it over my week holiday whenever that happens. Likely next week, but yeah.
Oh, and I'm more than likely not going to be able to put together this campaign before this Saturday, so we are not going to be playing this campaign on this Saturday. What we are going to be doing is a session 0 where I do discussions with everyone, and I don't think I'm going to stream that because that's going to be very hectic and we're just going to be sitting down and discussing stuff. So probably not going to stream session 0, but I'm likely going to stream one more time this week. I'll let you guys know what I just end up deciding to stream
on my Discord as usual. But yeah,
that is that's our tentative plans for the coming week.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. Seriously.
The problem with using Twitch as a growth and subscriber platform is that the thing I would use, the thing I would stream on Twitch that is a good growth category for me is VR chat. The problem is
VR chat is the exact category I should not stream if I want to not get banned again. Damn it.
Yeah, I have a lot of things to consider. I'm going to think about it over the holiday.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
All this stuff I have to consider over the holiday. I will
yeah, I'm gonna
think about it next time.
For now.
What happened to the text on this fucking thing? Why can't I read it? What happened? Oh.
Yeah. I guess that's it. We're done, chat. With today's study session. Love y'all.
Hope you guys had some fun listening to me read this and put together.
And stuff. Yeah, I hope it was decently fun for you guys.
And I hope you guys also learned something about tabletop RPGs. Oh god, okay, yeah. My screen is flickering.
So,
Sorry, Kevin, I gotta go.
thunder and lightning. Gotta go. Bye. Mwah.
Love y'all.
Goodbye,
Love ya.
everyone.
Bye, everyone. I love y'all. Mwah.
You should have been here earlier, Kyla. I'm sorry. Gotta go before my computer gets struck by lightning.
Bye. Oh, God.
Please don't. I hope my computer doesn't get struck by lightning.
Fuck.